We got the right camera now. Jeez. Sorry about that, folks. Waiting for everyone to show up now.
Well, this is what happens.
You could tip that camera back up just a hair, probably, too.
I don't want top chat. I want live chat. Yes, I understand. Welcome to live chat. Okay. Yeah, I thought so. Am I at the right place? I'm not sure, blind dude.
We were wondering if we were.
Blind dude, I think you're living up to your name if you think we're good looking. Okay. Yes, I agree. Arizona Prepper 07. You're welcome to come up here in the freezing temperatures to push the buttons, Tommy. Hi, Canadian. Hey, you made it early tonight, Coulter.
Yeah.
Actually, Parrish is welcome to come up here and clean.
Clean, yes, there you go. Anyhow, yeah, everyone's showing up again. I guess it's kind of routine at this point, you know. Oh. Well, as everyone shows up here, Eva and I had a good time this week. Hi, blind dude. As you guys saw in the latest video. Yeah. Frijoles? That big? Okay. I think you're supposed to say like aguacates or something like that. Frijoles? Híjole, cabrón. Anyhow.
Algodones.
Cotton balls?
Yeah, why not?
Fluffy.
Light, fluffy, insubstantial, and very flammable.
Yeah. Anyhow, so as I say, we had a nice trip. It was pretty hilarious showing up. We're all ready for the rally, and we got our flag, we got our fancy shirts, and we're ready to rock and roll. And it's like, hello, is there anybody in town? It was, I mean, just finding human beings was difficult. We went into the what do you call it? Duty free shop, which seems to have half the people in town. They had 3 employees, and that's more than we saw in the rest of the town combined. And one of them said, yeah, just take the bridge across the freeway there, go past the railroad tracks, and go on down, and there's a road that, you know, you can see across the border, but be careful you don't accidentally drive into Canada. Yeah, I believe it, blind dude. Yeah, and Eva found out on that camera too. If you hold it up to a window and try and take a picture through it, I mean, I know there's a setting somewhere that ignores windows.
Yeah.
It's not set that way. Yeah.
Oh, come on. My videos weren't that bad.
No,
it got pretty fuzzy there trying to zoom in on the trucks. Yep. But we got a great picture of the bud streak on the windshield. That was perfect.
That was a security measure to defeat the Google food. Hey, remember when my camera asked me if I wanted to hide sensitive photos?
Yeah, we never did check on that, did we?
No, we didn't.
She was checking. What? You were taking pictures of the...
I was taking pictures of the eco crucifixes waiting on the side of the road.
Yeah, the windmills. They had the blades, you know, the big 70-foot long blades, you know. Hi, David. And her phone asked her, do you want to make sure this photo's secure or whatever? We're looking, you know, and she's like, what the hell? It's not a nuclear power plant or something.
That's the government spying on you.
We don't know. we were going to try, like, you know, taking a close-up of certain personal parts of me just to see what it would do. You know? It was like, wow, that's pretty weird. You know, this phone is trying to
And maybe it was the
Yeah.
Canadian spying on you.
I don't know.
It was Trey Bizarro.
One reason we didn't call from up there is because we were on the Canadian cell system,
Yeah,
you know?
yeah. I've been
And-
there and done that.
And so we didn't want to call because that can get really expensive.
Well, it does it on my phone because I'm paying for the big plan.
Hey, David. But anyhow, so that's why we didn't call. There
Hey,
was
David.
several people down here like you that knew we were up there.
Yeah.
That's why we didn't. No, we went up to Sweetgrass, Montana to see if there was a support rally on this side. Quick answer, no. Was there anything on this side? Practically not. I mean, that is a pretty lame excuse for a crossroads there.
It's a desolate crossing into Canada.
And I had my 44 with me, so we definitely didn't want to go into Canada. But we just spent the night at the rest stop there with the minor bago gently rocking to the wind.
Yeah.
I hear in that part of the
That's
country it's pretty common.
Always windy.
It's always blowing. But anyhow, we also found out that it was cold enough and you got a wind blowing and where there's enough air exchange that the propane tank is really not hot enough to give enough pressure for that little buddy heater to really keep the inside of that camper really warm.
Mm-hmm.
It was okay later. I mean, but we just wore a little bit of clothes. We were only under one comforter and we had two in there plus sleeping bags, so there's no big deal. Hey, Lauren, how's it going? And thanks for getting that sample to me this morning, Lauren. We're going to be talking right soon. What time is it now? 6:06. It's kind of stabilized at 16, gone down 15. Okay. Yeah. The answers to the question of how do you get the gold out of the resin, we're using a little buddy heater, Coulter. I don't know if it would work for a bus. We're very well insulated in that thing. Not just yet, Alan. I've got an appointment with a guy who seems to be pretty knowledgeable about carburetors on the 17th. It runs okay, just cruising. It's when you're accelerating at mid throttles that you have problems. So it's probably a plugged something in there. But this guy he says, yeah, I can take it off and rebuild it in about 3 hours. If it's really messed up, then it'll be about another $300 for another carburetor. Yeah, he wants me to come in at 8 a.m. So first of all, he can let it cool off again and then check choke and this and that. But also, when he starts taking it apart, if there's something he doesn't have, he can call and have it in that day because the truck will be there, like by 3 p.m. or whatever.
Sure.
But anyhow, the big issue with the resin in terms of recovery is, first thing is you have to know how much is in the resin. Now, the methodology that I used was, if you know how much solution is flowing through the stages, and you know the input concentration and you know the output concentration, then a simple calculation should give you a pretty good estimate of how much gold is in that stage. Now, there's a couple complications that makes it a little inefficient. Number one is I'm taking a reading off the side of a intermediate bulk container, but that should be accurate within 5 gallons or less.
Right.
So that should be a minor thing, and it should be not a systematic error. Sometimes you'll be a little high, sometimes you'll be a little low. Should average out. I took 5 different series of 5 different runs through the resin, and when I took my input and output of stage 1, I got this calculated percentage. However, one complication is, after the first run, I was having problems getting flow, So I took a little bit of the resin out of stage 1. So that complicates the calculations.
All right.
Okay. So there's that. I also did a little rounding for what's 1 part per million in a gallon of water. So I adjusted that to a much more precise number. It only made about a 4.5% difference. But
Only.
the whole number seemed to be between 10.5% gold, almost 11% gold in the resin. And so as I was doing my smelting tests, it was not coming out too well. Let's see. You might try calling Chris, little one. But anyhow, the last 3 smelting tests I did with 1 gram of resin gave me these 3 beads, one was 0.058, one was 0.058, and the other was 0.061 grams. So that translates quite simply to those percentages. Now, as you can see, there's quite a discrepancy here. So we sent a sample to Hiddle to assay, and that's the number he came up with. Now, it looks to me like essentially these are the same. I mean, all 4 of these are easily reconciled. They just don't reconcile to this number here. Now, this immediately leads me to believe that perhaps that number is inaccurate. Okay.
Sorry, Tricky.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had to restart it.
Yep. So this is a possibility that this calculated number is wrong by quite a bit. Another possibility would be this number is correct or close to it, but that these numbers are suffering from a systematic error. In other words, whenever you try and flux it, you tend to wind up with a particular loss that's actually fairly consistent. That could be vaporization. It could be loss in the slag, and some experiments indicate that may be part of it. It's hard to tell what's going on here.
Talk about this too. Possible vaporization.
I think I did, didn't I?
No, not
I
really.
didn't mention
You know, you
vaporization.
said slag. You know, some of the variations you could have here.
Yeah, I mean,
It could be in calculation.
Yeah.
Could be the slag issue. Could be vaporization.
Yeah.
We're kind of, Keith and I were discussing, it's probably, there's a discrepancy in the slag to a certain extent. Whether it'll make up 45% difference between here and here, it's hard to say.
see, I've been keeping all my slag. And the last time I was out at the ranch, while I was doing these 3 here.
I don't have Chris's number in this phone, by the way.
Oh my God.
Remember, not all my contacts shifted over.
Just a minute here. Come on.
He knows it's Monday.
Yeah, well. And anyhow, so from previous tests, I still had some slag left over. And I went and took 4-gram samples of slag, which is about how much fluxing agents I was throwing in there for each of those samples, and resmelted them in order to see what's going on. Now I added some more litharge. I believe flour is a reducing agent, and some soda ash, and then resmelted them. And I actually got some small beads. Now here's another error in all this, which isn't here because Lauren has a milligram scale and I only have a centigram scale, I guess, 1/100 of a gram, which is not terribly accurate. And the beads I measured from those smelting experiments were, one was 0.03 grams and one was 0.04 grams. And hey, Chris, we're on. we're on the live stream here. Yep. Didn't get notified, huh? Yeah. Okay. So if those weights are correct, and that's a good question, then you add those to these, and you've now resolved the difference.
Or very close.
Yeah.
So
So
it would prove it out.
the slag from these three samples I have saved separately. So I could take this slag and rework it, see if I get any little beads from that. If so, that would tend to say, yeah, it's in the slag.
Yep.
And then we're going to wind up having to see if we can come up with a process. We want to thin the slag out,
Right.
but also maybe cook it for longer.
Yep.
So it has more time for those little particles to settle through
Right.
the slag.
Find each other.
Yeah. And so that's the plan for that. For vaporization, we don't really have a way to directly detect that.
Question.
Yeah.
If you put a little turntable of to kind of spin the thingy inside the furnace, wouldn't that make a centrifugal thing and collect the beads faster?
At 2,000 degrees, it will melt.
Yeah.
Okay.
It wouldn't hold up very
Yeah.
good.
I didn't say it was a good question.
It's kind of a harsh environment. But anyhow, so the other thing I could do here was this calculation. First of all, the stage one, after the first run, because I was having problems with plugging, and I got such amazing recoveries in stage one, I took the stage 4 resin cartridge out of circuit, moved everything down one, and put in one of those corded particle filtration filters. Now, all it was is particle, but that doesn't mean it doesn't necessarily have activated carbon in it.
It could catch something.
And so if it was got activated carbon or something, and then that would explain it. So it may be something there. There may be a metal part somewhere in one of these housings, one of the filters, or a little spring somewhere precipitating. Don't know. However, one thing I do have is I have the stage 2 samples also. Now, it doesn't have near as much gold as this, and calculate about half as much, but it's still like 12 grams.
Right.
That's a fair amount. So I took the stuff, some of that I took over to Lauren's house, and he brought it back so I could weigh it and everything. I never took anything out of stage 2.
Tricky's got.
Yeah, I'm thinking that may be the issue, Tricky.
Yeah, that's kind of where we went with this tonight, talking about it. As we're thinking we're not getting it.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking is probably it. But anyhow, with stage 2, I never removed any resin from the cartridge, so that variable is out. I know that in order to get a samples for stage 2, I had to take it from the bleeder directly in front of and behind stage 2, no filter there. Number 3, any fine particulates that may be causing an issue have already been filtered out by the time it gets to stage 2. So going across stage 2, that should not be an issue.
No.
So stage 2 is a much cleaner number. So I did that calculation, and the dry resin from stage 2 should be 6.1% gold according to all my numbers. So next time I go out to the ranch in a couple days, I'm going to do this sort of test again using the same formulas and such, and see what I get out of stage 2. You know, if I wind up getting something like this, then I'm going to be looking at that filter or something else that may have been screwing up the stage 1 number, and this number becoming inaccurate now. Right. You know, we've resolved the problem. If this assay comes back low, then like Tricky just said, try and thin out the the resin, and there's a lot of other things. Removed iron with a magnet before going. I don't know. Yeah. Say, I don't know. It could be that the ICP analyses of the solution are inaccurate. To test that, we'd have to take
A different lab.
a solution, split it, send one to this lab, another split to another lab, see what we get. I say, there's still a lot of possibilities here. We may be almost there, don't know. And we shall see what we shall see. What he means by pearls, he means little teeny beads. Okay. When you do a lead flux, a lead oxide flux that's being reduced, the lead forms little teeny beads that work their way through the charge, collecting the gold as they go. Another thing I did was I took and put, I in-quarted some silver with some of the samples, but by looking at the known amount of silver I in-quarted and the weight of the actual beads, I didn't seem to be doing any better than these. I don't recall the numbers off my head. They were done with the less accurate scale, so hard to tell.
That's true, Chris. Yeah.
Yeah. That what would thin it? I mean, I know fluorite will tend to thin things, and I do have some fluorite and fluorite lime 50-50 mix, which is supposed to be a flux thinner, and that might work. Let's say
How much soda ash are you using?
I'm using these particular ones: 1 part soda ash, 1 part silica, 6 parts litharge, and 1 part resin. And
you could try cutting your soda ash down.
So I could play some games.
No, right.
I mean,
There's well, that's just it. Yeah. All you can do is keep testing and retesting.
I found borax also can make it pretty sticky. I think from what I understand, and I'm not an expert on this, it's balancing the two. You have either borax or silica on one side of the equation and soda ash, and there's some other things on the other. And if you get a balance, it'll be thin. But if you get too much of either one, if it's unbalanced, it'll be stickier. Say, I may also just add that fluorite. The problem with the fluorite is that it's going to corrode the crucibles too. Yeah. You know, so you're balancing a number of issues here. And as I say, the whole formula was based on a methodology for testing the reducing value of flour and charcoal.
I think Tricky's onto it there, though. Taking your borax.
I'm not using any borax in this. I'm using silica. You know, that formula was silica, not borax. And that's the question. You know, how can I make the thinnest flux possible? And that particular test was, yeah, I could do that with Lauren. He's got some silica sand. I'm using diatomaceous earth, which is basically silica, but it's not pure silica. So
might be worth a try.
Yeah, I'd say there are various things. Does the borax make the flux runny? Not if you get too much of it. Again, that's the funny thing is it has to do with the balance. You know, that's what Chris is saying. Eutectic mix, in other words, the right proportion of this to that to mix properly to get you the right balance.
Yeah, so it flows and doesn't glop out when you're pouring.
Yeah, exactly.
Or if it's sticking in the crucible or something like that, you're not right.
Yeah. So say that may be all that I have to do is just tweak that formula a little bit and we'll be in it. But as I say, these are really damn consistent here, you know, and I don't even know what he was using. I didn't ask him, I didn't tell him or whatever, but I presume that an assayer who's been doing it for many years can figure it out pretty well.
Yeah.
And yet he got essentially the same number I
Yep,
did.
he came right in on it.
So I don't know. I tried crushing up some glass and it really got sticky. It was not nearly as good as the silica. Yep. So I say this is the sort of thing where not sure exactly what's going on, but I've definitely got lots of things to check and lots of possibilities at the current state of the situation here. So now I've got some better guidance on what I'm doing. Oh, and another thing, I took some of the resin and I digested it in aqua regia for about 3 or 4 days. 1 part resin to 100 parts aqua regia. And it's at the lab right now, going to have an ICP done in the next couple of days. And I can try that, Chuck. But have you been smelting resin, Chuck, or have you been doing other things besides that? So anyhow, that will also give me another independent methodology of estimating how much gold is in the resin. Right. If that comes back at more like this 10%,
right, you know,
then we can be pretty confident that that's the correct number. And if it comes real close to here, then we'll have more confidence in it, although it could just be an inefficiency. Javier down in Colombia, but he used hot aqua regia, 60 degrees C,
right,
for about, I think it was 3 hours or something, and his resin came out looking kind of white. Mine is not. It's coming out looking still darkish in color. And so that will also hopefully give me some guidance. Again, if it comes up here, then I go, okay, that number's good. You know.
Chuck say no resin.
Okay. Okay, Chuck. As I'll be running some experiments here to see what happens, and I can also just take some mixes without any resin in it at all and just see what seems to be the most fluid.
That's true.
You know.
That's true.
And I had a thing here. I'm going to need to order some more crucibles. So let's write this down. Order more crucibles. Because I can feel the erosion in them. And I really don't want one of those crucibles to fail. That really messes up your thing. But that's kind of the fun and games I'm playing with that. Now, as I have no opinion on magnesium dioxide, Ariel. I don't know. The book might have some. Uh-huh. Yep.
Exactly, tricky. Yep.
Manganese dioxide. That would be more like a Chapman flux, and I have tried Chapman flux. It did not work too well. Well, no, the Qpels have a limited capacity too. Lauren had a bunch of small Qpels, like a whole case of 1,200 or something.
Yeah.
So he's generously donated some to me.
Oh, that's
when
sweet.
I'm dealing with a 3 to 5 gram button, it'll absorb it. But that Qpel is pretty well saturated at the end of that, so let's chuck it away. And so these are some of the interesting, fun things that I'm playing with. Now, when it comes to the wet chemistry, that was also fun. We came up with what looked like a pretty reliable test on the gold in the Eco Goldex
Mhm.
by last live stream, but we're still having fun with the ore test, right? Well, we have one that seems to work pretty well on digested ore also. And the nice thing about it compared to what my original plan was is that you do not have to transfer into the MIBK and then out. You just test the MIBK directly over an indicator. And that makes it nice. By using the MIBK, you can wash it and get rid of, it looks to be iron would be my guess. But no, it migrates to the bottom and you kind of stir it like this and the lead bead is supposed to run around and pick it up. Yep. And Qpels aren't terribly expensive. The big ones are like $1 or something like that. I'm not sure the ones, I mean, for me, the ones Lauren donated are free. So can't really beat the price.
Yeah.
I say the crucibles, on the other hand, seems to me they were on the order of a couple bucks each for the little crucibles. I'm also going to see about getting some larger ones because if I can get it working well, then I need to do a scale up.
Scale up and see if you can still get the result.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
next steps.
That's the next step.
When you get that far.
Yep. So let's say that's kind of where I'm going on this. The wet chemistry, the ore tests seem to work pretty well. By using a 4-to-1 concentration into the MIBK, your detection limit is going to be below 1/10 of an ounce per ton.
Wow.
Okay. Don't know how much, but I mean, and this is our ores, which I had samples that I've actually had assayed, and the test seems to be consistent, relatively reliable, simple. It's an aqua regia. Well, it's a chloronitric acid dilute aqua regia, digestion, followed by extraction into MIBK. Then you put the MIBK on, give me that bucket there. Put the MIBK in one of these little spot plates. You put it in one of these wells. See if there we go. Okay, you put it in the well, and then you put a drop of the indicator solution. Now you can use stannous chloride. Okay, the stuff we're using right now is it's an indicator solution made for a leaching solution that Action Mining used to sell, and we think we can find the same stuff somewhere else. But compared side by side to stannous chloride, it reacted faster and more thoroughly. You got a stronger reaction quicker. Okay, but the stannous chloride did work. So if all they got stannous chloride, that would work. No, I've never seen one of those, Chuck. But anyhow, so that seems to work pretty well. What we're going to be doing is, as we are mining and processing this season, as we take samples and have them assayed, I'll take a split and do the spot test to see how consistent it is.
You can
get it,
dial it in.
Make sure it's reliable. Make sure you got a good idea. But it was working fine with the two ores. I had the Pack Rat Penthouse sample and middle decline dump sample was what I was using, and it was giving results where they should be relative to each other. And cool. I say with the standard that Lauren had, we were getting results, sensitive enough that I say should be below 1/10 of an ounce per ton. How much, I don't know. We might be able to get down to a few hundreds. but seems to be working pretty good. And results, well, the digestion would depend, of course, on how coarse the gold is,
Yeah.
but a 1 hour digestion, if it's finely pulverized, should be adequate. That chloronitric acid, as long as it can get to the gold, it'll chew it up.
Yeah, it'll get it out of there.
And so once you've got the sample digested, the transfer into the MIBK is almost instantaneous. You just fill that tube up to the 8, put 2 mils of MIBK, shake it, done.
And watch it separate.
Then you got to take some of the MIBK out and rinse it in water, plain water, to get the iron knocked down out of it, reduce that to where it doesn't interfere too much. The evaporation, if you have the kind of concentrations like we were dealing with, you're seeing a result in just a couple minutes. But it takes probably 15-20 minutes to get the maximum result, sort of thing. And that's
not bad though for in the field or in a lab close to a field.
Yeah, for less than $1 a shot.
Yep.
Yeah, it sure is.
No, it can give you an answer even if it's not perfectly accurate.
Yeah, I bet you, Tricky. That's the problem living in a third world hellhole. On the other hand, the labor's cheap.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Q-Pels you can. I don't know about pressing the crucibles, but I know that
I imagine
the
you
book
could make a die
shows a
and
Q-Pel press.
I imagine you could do it.
Yeah.
I don't know why you couldn't. Get your mixture right for your making it.
Yeah. He's in the Philippines,
John.
But Lauren's shop has been very, very handy to get the hours and hours of testing done in a nice shirt sleeve environment.
Right.
Very, very, very helpful. Lauren's been invaluable on that. Plus, he's been very hospitable. It's just been a fun environment to work in.
That's cool. It's neat that you have that chance.
Yeah. We have a lot of fun. And he's got a lot of
with winter here, it's kind of miserable.
He's got a lot of lab stuff too. Another thing that we're going to be doing a video on later is microwave furnacing.
Gold smelting or gold.
Well, I don't know, but basically you make kind of an insulated box for your crucible that fits inside the microwave. Turn the microwave on, melt it that way. So that'll be kind of fun when we do that and get a video on that. But the Eco Gold X test seems to work pretty well, and you can use stannous chloride on that also. But this other indicator worked better. If we track down Lauren, if you're still there, did you ever find the alternate source for that indicator solution? Yep. I mean, he was
Goldstream. They ran amalgam plates in the sluice boxes and some of these drainages too, in the placer. That was a pretty common thing actually in the 1930s when the guys were reworking old workings, is to run amalgam plates.
Yeah. And so that's kind of been going there. We're also going to be, this week I need to go out and fire up the Stutenroth and run some material through it and start doing the testing on what kind of a particle size distribution you get.
Yeah.
And then leaching them on the bottle roll and see how well they leach at those various particle sizes.
Yeah, right.
Because the coarser I can grind it and still get good recovery.
Right. There's your answer.
The better.
Yeah.
And so we shall see what happens there and how much classification recirculation may or may not need to be done.
Mm-hmm.
I suspect we're going to have to do some classification.
That'd be my guess, is you'll have a certain amount that you're going to have to go back around and run it again.
That is my guess.
Yeah.
We shall see. But anyhow, I'll be doing that, and I got to The engine on that RC46 was starting to smoke a bit.
Yeah.
So I'm going to pull it off and we'll take it into the shop and have it checked out and see
Might just
what the
be
problem is.
Adjust the valves.
It may be
'Cause
valves.
you have to readjust the valves on them every so often.
Yeah.
With the overhead valves.
I don't know, but I know some guys who are pretty good with small
Yeah,
engines.
yeah, you'll get there. Yeah.
And so we may rebuild that or not. We shall see.
Yeah, John, even where I was the last place, we got some gold that was amalgamated in the sluice box. And a couple of times we even had live mercury that we recovered. So, that's one thing neat about remining is you may be able to clean up those streams too.
Okay. Yeah, Lauren says that he has found the information, so I'll need to get that from him. He's going to email it to me, and then I can order some, and then we can double check it against the same stuff that we've been using. I also got a couple more tests to run out there to try and get a little more experience with it on the ore samples.
Sure.
See what happens.
A Fed scandal bigger than Watergate.
I'm going to send it to Chris.
Okay.
Imagine that.
Yeah. You're welcome, Chuck.
Hey, Chuck, yeah,
We
we're
had
glad
fun.
you're here. If you can throw those comments and questions in like you're doing, that just adds to this whole thing for us.
Roberts, there may be some ethanol in it. It's just regular gas. So I don't really know. It's a Honda engine, a 13 horsepower Honda horizontal shaft engine. And I'm using the gas up here, and I presume it may have some ethanol in it, according to the thing, but
Could be. It shouldn't affect. That shouldn't affect.
I wouldn't think it's not high ethanol. It's not like E85 or anything.
We're in Helena, Montana, Chuck. The Rocky Mountains.
So say that's something that needs to be done too. I've got a list of things that need to be done before the snow melts.
Yeah.
And my daughters, my grandkids, and my son-in-law may be here in May.
Oh, wow.
Because my grandson he's taking classes in Texas, Amarillo. And so they're planning tentatively meeting probably his dad, my son-in-law and him will probably meet in Amarillo and drive his truck up here. My daughter and my granddaughter will probably fly to Las Vegas and meet up with my other daughter and drive up here. And then we're thinking of going to like Yellowstone or something like that.
Sure.
So that'd be way cool.
Yeah. Actually, Glacier. I like Glacier better than I like Yellow. You guys.
Yeah, but it's another 500 miles.
Well, yeah, going north. Yeah, I guess it's a couple more hours out of the way.
They've never been to either one.
Oh, well, then Yellowstone's quite the adventure too.
Yeah. So that might be cool, and get to see all of them.
Yeah.
Really proud of my grandson. He's doing good in college, knows what he wants to do, and
that's neat.
Not only that, but now check this out for a youngster. He's also taking welding and getting a CDL, just so no matter what happens, he's got a saleable skill.
Right? Yeah. Well.
Yep.
Actually, driving truck right now, they're starting to pay better and better. But
Craters of the Moon, that's down in Idaho, I think, right?
I believe so.
Yeah, it's between here and Idaho Falls, I think. And you mean Amarillo by morning?
With George Strait?
Yeah, Amarillo by morning, yeah.
That's Bear's favorite song.
I have no idea, Roberts. But I've got some people I know that are really good small engine mechanics. They will know.
Yeah.
Hello, Sean. I don't recognize the name. Welcome.
Yeah, welcome, Sean.
For a small scale recreation minor life in a load deposit. Okay, my standard rule of thumb on a load deposit: 1 ounce per ton, 1 foot wide. or a half an ounce per ton, 2 foot wide.
So your veining is substantial enough that you're not doing a lot of digging to try to chase some little vein.
So that's kind of my rule of thumb. You should be able to make money at that. Now, you might be able to make money at even lower grades if things are really easy to mine, really easy to process, things like that. It just depends on your thing. But as I say, if you got 1 ounce per ton, 1 foot wide, or a half an ounce per ton, 2 feet wide, you can probably make it work.
You'd have a pretty nice little operation at that.
Yeah, for a micro scale mine, that will normally work. Say there may be extraordinary circumstances that make it a lot harder. Access issues. Is it up on top of a mountain where the nearest road is 5 miles away? Going to cause issues, that sort of thing. And
well, that would depend on the amount of mining gold stream. I mean, if on surface or something that's partially, old workings or something, 1 ounce per ton, if you can get the gold out of the rock efficiently, could be very profitable for a 2 or 3 man operation. Incredibly profitable, actually.
Yeah, and it also depends on how easy it is to mine. Is this something that's you can just get in there with a demo hammer and it's a vertical vein, you can just slice it out and haul it, or is this something that's
I think
going to need ground support?
What's his name on Colorado Gold Camp? He's got some videos out, and they were into some pretty good rock down in Colorado that they were going right in with their electric jackhammer and generator and stuff, and being able to process it and get the gold out really efficiently. And it's like, see, something like that would be so much fun.
Yeah,
because like the gold you've got here, you have to do this. You have no choice with the size of the particle size of the gold is so micro fine that you can't just gravity separate it, smelt it, there's your gold bar.
Yeah. Okay, Chuck. Yep. Yeah, mine is just the Montana B. It's just so fine that the easy ones don't work. Damn it.
Gold stream on your truck comment. Yeah, well, I got here, Keith and Eva asked me what I've been up to this week, and I said I just been watching for Trudeau, make sure he doesn't get away. We didn't want to let him out of Canada on this end.
Well,
and they keep telling me they want him alive, and I'm like, well, where the hell's the fun in that?
But anyhow, so it's like always, he's just slacking off during the week.
No, actually, I've been doing some homework. I'm working on some stuff. And after Eva tonight, I've got a little bit of stuff on some history I want to go over. And I've got a couple of points to make after I do that, because it plays into some things going on today, as well as when you're looking at these properties and trying to figure out what actually went on, why it stopped. It isn't always economic, but that's usually a good indicator that they quit mining because of economics.
Yeah. Chuck, yeah, most of the gold up your way is super fine. Mine is 80% passing 2,000 mesh,
which is
insanely
fine. Like, you can't see it, Chuck.
Yeah, it's roughly the size of your average bacteria.
Well, and that's something they could find in Upper New York or something. I mean, it's, that type of gold. I think northern Minnesota is full of that type of gold. You're not going to see it until you actually do assays and try to figure out how you're going to process the rock.
Jeff, a cubic yard is typically about 1.25 tons
to
of loose fill.
Yeah.
1 3/4 tons tightly packed bank fill. In other words, you're digging it out of the bank where it's been settling for a long time, and about 2.25 tons of hard rock silica. So those are just kind of the rough numbers. Yes, I believe so. Applied. let me check something here. I believe I responded to them, but is this something you just sent or from last week? Let's see what we got here. Yeah, I got them, and I replied. Yeah, that's because you washed it, I think with vinegar, you said, it's very smooth and clean, which is odd, kind of odd, and when you're normally looking at rocks. Quite often you want to do a fresh face, break it to have a clean face. But I can't see anything there that, yeah, I can't see anything there that, is clearly gold or anything to that effect. It definitely looks mineralized.
It's definitely mineralized, I would say.
But hard to tell. Oh, by the way, last week we tried something with a little signing during Eva's tinfoil hat report. If you guys can let me know whether you want me to try that again this week or not, I'd appreciate it. Okay, so vote yes or no. I don't care either way. Just I want to make sure that everyone's happy. So let's see. Susquehanna River has fine gold in it, huh? Okay, Blind Dude says go for it. I need to practice this a little better.
John, actually, you get up around Cook, north of Cook, up on the Vermilion River. There's a lot of old mine stuff back up in the hills in there.
It's 40, Chris.
It's granite intrusive coming out. There's some areas up in there before you get up into the boundary waters that are pretty darn interesting looking.
That's pretty good, Chuck. There's nothing wrong with that. Exactly, Goldstream.
Wow.
I say that, and what's your transportation issues? Do you have a road right up to it or not? Wow. What's your ground control issues? Is it like in shale that's going to try and come down on your head, or is it vertically bedded in granite?
Right. Good face to work from.
Yeah, that's pretty good with a 4-inch, Chuck. There ain't nothing wrong with that. That's better than I was doing on the Boise River. We had a 6-inch. Sounds okay to me, Pat.
Free milling would definitely. I mean, the easier it is to process, the more money you're going to make.
Yeah, I say, and it's all on a lot of variables. I say, when I said 1 ounce, 1 foot wide, that's the sort of thing where it's hard not to be able to make money. That's where it really has to get, some difficult things.
Right.
Yeah,
even a difficult ore like you've got still could be profitable.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of you have to take that ore or that rock at that point and figure out how to get the separation you need and the recovery. If the assay is saying it is 1 ounce, can you recover it from that ore?
Goldstream schist is usually not the best rock to be driving through. Yeah. Absolutely. Yep. Couldn't see it clearly applied.
Border. That's cool.
Yeah. And this is really, really important. Is everything is situation and ore dependent. There is no. I mean, you would have to admit the placer is a lot less variables than hard rock.
Well, that can have a lot of variables too. The process has the variables. Yeah, the placers, a little easier to work through the issues. Usually it's not enough water or sluice box angles or things like that, where you're just not getting the recovery you should. This gets a little more technical when you're trying to figure out what's it take to get the gold. There's a good chance that Keith really is getting 10% or 10.5% values here and not figuring out where it's going.
Yes, Jeff, that was by weight. Those proportions were by weight. And Goldstream, yeah, the mica schist, in general.
Mica schist
it's
just falls
crumbly. It's in layers that tend to.
The gneiss can be a little harder sometimes. But...
Yeah. Now a good gneiss can be fairly strong.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. It can be just like a piece of granite.
Yeah.
It can be actually have some strength.
Yeah, but schist rarely does. It's not as bad as shale in general, but it can be as bad as shale. Yep. So I say those are some of the factors. Again, you usually don't have ground control issues in placer.
No, unless you're got depth.
And things
if you get into depth, you have high walls,
bank
control, or things that you don't want things coming back in on you.
Yeah, the some of the places, like say what Jeff Williams is working, that's basically tunneling,
and that's a placer.
Yep,
honestly,
it's a placer.
It is. It's just it's in a form that's hard enough that it probably isn't going anywhere.
It's a cemented alluvium.
Yeah.
Most people don't know, but they were looking at building the possibly the superconducting super collider in southern Arizona, because the mining would be so easy through the cemented alluviums in that area, alluvia, I guess, probably.
Yeah.
To make a 20-mile circle would be fairly easy to mine out there. If you're underground, if you're just digging a hole in the ground, not so much, Chris.
Yeah, tunneling through soft gravels and rock and maybe saturated soils, not good.
No, tunneling
not good.
Tunneling is not good in placer. Absolutely. Well, when you send material to get it tested, it's not that critical. You mainly want to make sure it's representative. A half-pound representative sample is better than a 10-pound non-representative sample.
Right.
It's the job of the analytical lab to take that sample and they're going to reduce it to something really small in the neighborhood of,
a shot
10
glass.
to 30 grams.
Yeah, about 30 grams. Yeah, usually.
And
so you're talking a shot glass full of material at the point that they're actually doing their testing.
Yeah. So
I like to fill like a quart Ziploc bag, and that gives them plenty of sample if we have to do 2 or they want to play with it at all.
Yeah. But that's the sort of thing where it's really not that critical how much you send, because they theoretically aren't going to give you, they're not going to process the whole sample anyway. They're just going to give you a concentration. If you're bringing it back for your work, where you're going to take a placer and pan it, then a fraction of a ton would make sense. 2 pounds, 4 pounds, 40 pounds in a bucket is a nice thing because it fits in a bucket.
Pink or red?
I know that they make a pink Black Hills Gold, so there's a way you can do that. It's
copper in the gold. The Black Hills Gold, that's why it has the red or green colors to it, is the copper level in the gold.
You can also have native copper.
That's more what I'd be looking at. I definitely have some of that acid applied just to see what it's saying it is. If you've got some silver in there, that could come out with the red or something else.
Yeah, if you can take your sample and put a little nitric acid on it, see what happens. If it's gold, it's not going to react very much. If it's copper, it'll react a whole lot. Yeah, you can have it externally stained also, in which case the nitric acid will clean it up. Absolutely. Oh. Well, then you better explain how to do it, Chris. HCl and a clean iron nail. I know basically that would be dilute HCl, wouldn't it, Chris? That'll dissolve it, and then when you it'll plate onto the clean iron.
Yeah.
You know. Drip acid, rub with nail. Man, that just sounds weird. Yeah, 5% hydrochloric. Yeah. I would agree with that test too, Kodak. John? Yeah, I did.
Yeah, that's a quick.
Is it brittle or malleable?
Yep.
Yep. I would, if there's no reason not
Great
to.
place to sample, blind dude.
Yeah, check it out.
Anytime you get compacted gravels with a nice cutaway, great place to vertically channel sample it about a foot wide from the bottom to as high as you can go.
Yeah. Oh.
And pay attention to the different layers of gravel if you get big changes in sizes of rock.
Okay, Cold Stream.
Is he yawning again? He starts that too early.
Am I yawning again? If you can't tell, we need a better camera. Yep.
Well, you probably need a better camera anyway.
I don't know.
I agree, Chris. That sounds kind of interesting.
Yeah,
I mean, that's the kind of stuff that'll get you onto some serious gold if if it's when it's virgin material that is still in place and nobody's been there yet.
Well, if you've got different layers like that,
Yeah.
And you're trying to be more efficient or less effort, would you tend to sample at the bottom of each layer where it's sitting on top of the next layer?
I would take a light route, give or take a foot wide, and I would sample it from top to bottom. And every time there's a change, that would be a different sample than the next sample.
It's talking 15 feet. That's a lot of work.
I know it's a lot of work,
Okay.
but that way you can you're mapping that thing all at the same time that you're pulling your samples. And those layers, you can have multiple systems of gold that was laid down at different times.
Mm-hmm.
You can have stacked plasters on top of each other, basically.
Yeah, what I'm saying is if you got 5 layers,
well,
isn't the gold going to tend to be at the bottom of each layer?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
It could be all through a certain layer. You could
Okay.
have somewhere up there 10 feet above the bottom, you could have a layer that has 2 feet of non-consolidated gold in that layer as like an overprint.
Uh-huh.
So that 2 feet would all be pay dirt versus just getting it down to, a fine little area at the bottom.
Okay.
So, and and if it's economical enough, or it's going to make you some money, you don't want to throw all this away and only take that little bit. If you could take the whole little,
Oh yeah, I know.
2
I
feet.
was just talking in terms of if you're doing a preliminary sampling thing. Is that the way you
channel sample it right up?
Okay.
The same thing, even when we're excavating the holes, is anytime you see changes, change that. Okay, that's a sample, and then there's a change. That's a sample, and then it changes again. That's a sample.
Yeah.
Completely. And like when we do bulk, we would do, 10 yards in the upper sample, 10 yards in that intermediate sample, maybe depending on how thick that layer, and 10 yards at the bottom, so that we can get a truly representative sample of each of those situations.
Yeah. Yeah, brass will dissolve in nitric real quick. Found that out one time when we.
It also
got a
depends,
casing.
Chris, where you are on the drainage, because the lower in the drainage, a lot of times you can have multiple imprints over the top of, older ones, where higher in the drainage, you may only see that as, possibly, let's just say 2 events that happened. The original gold was laid down, and then a little bit more gold came down from above it and imprinted over it. Everything else went farther down drainage. So it depends on in the drainage where you are as to how much overprinting you could possibly have.
Okay, Chris. Well, you and the placer dude here agree, so
Yeah.
I'll go along with you guys.
And yeah, that's
Getting another water.
that's the thing about sometimes with the overprinting is it just depends on how the water was flowing, what kind of other rock was in it, as to whether you got separation of the gold particles in the rock or cobble versus staying in some clays or something like that. I mean, we've gotten into some really cool holes before that were literally, alluvial mud, black mud, that evidently were a blockage in the creek at one point or something like that. I never got to where I was digging up old timber, old trees, but I've heard of it, where they got into sediment layers that were like topsoil, but that happened to be where all the gold hung up into some really nasty stuff, like in the bottom of a pool. Well, you go and look for permission and see if you can test it and try to work out an agreement that if it tests and there's something there, I'd like to play in it. Oh yeah, that some of these ancient placers, and and Chris will tell you up there in California. I mean, there's a lot of places that it's a placer, but it's not even in an actual drainage. It's kind of a residual on the side of a mountain or on top of a mountain. Yeah, clay, you want to check the top of the clay layer as much as you want to check what's under the clay layer or at the bottom of the clay layer.
Yeah, I know. Imagine yawning.
That's a little harder to work, Goldstream. The shafting sucks.
Yeah.
That's why I kind of find Jeff Williams stuff pretty cool, because he's doing two things. If you're testing a normal placer, you want to do the same type of thing, though. You want to shaft down to where you can get into the true part of the placer, which is not so unlike they did right here in Montana or Alaska or the British Columbia. They shafted to get to the deeper gravels and to get to the better gold, the bigger gold. And the way he's showing it, with especially in the caliche and the hard cemented gravels, is just pretty neat, because they're not having the huge amounts of ground support and issues, and it's a dry environment in what he's doing, where up here you could be working in a wet environment that you're continually trying to pump, or you have to do your underground adits at an angle that they drain back to a sump or actually daylight out at some point on the drainage. There was lots of drainages here where we're at, though, that they drifted. They literally tunneled under because it was, 20 feet of gravel or 20 feet of ground on top of them. It was way easier just to go after the pay gravel layers and not try to have to wash the whole drainage down.
Applied, it hasn't shown up yet. I'll check in a little bit again. Lots of dry mines here. Okay. I'll see it when it shows up, Applied. Oh, if I'm not on the road going to try and protest somewhere.
Here it depends on where in the mountain you are, as far as whether it's a dry mine or a real wet one. I mean, we definitely have some like you guys do Goldstream where you know if the added portal gets plugged up, there's 4 feet of water back in that mine for 100, 200 feet. You know, it can. We have some of them that and sometimes that was what the guys went after. Is they're on the side of a mountain. There's water coming out of the side of a mountain on a spring or something. There has to be a plumbing system that puts water that high on the mountain. So that plumbing system is what they were trying to go in and find. Is why, why is the water coming out? What kind of fracturing is back under the ground there that you got water running out? Whether it's a fault line or some kind of, fracturing in there that they wanted to find out, is there value there?
Well, Goldstream, I just don't like my tender parts to get wet, so I can only go knee deep.
I was in one last year that I should have had waders on because the hip boots definitely weren't enough. And man, that water was cold.
No, that would never happen, Resort Dog. I can't imagine such a thing. Boy, you'd think that some people will do anything for money, huh? That's why we have politicians.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much, Pat. There can be, blind dude, but the mineralization may be happening many feet underground too.
Well, another thing, blind dude, is sometimes the mineralization from that type of environment might be a mile back from it, 2 miles back from it. The thing to find is if there's, any kind of structure that kind of lines up with how the hot springs or something else lays. Your mineralization may be quite a ways back from it. It doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be right where those vents are.
Well, we got a hot spring right down the road here,
Yeah,
Broadwater, and about a mile and a half to the north, there's a scratch gravel hills, and that has gold in it. So that's pretty close, geologically speaking.
Yeah, actually, that area you're in up there at the ranch is only, I don't know, from the hot springs, you're literally a mile and a half west, and then the structure runs northwest or west northwest, actually.
Yeah.
Actually, Chris, in Butte, Montana, the people, when they did the hand wells years ago and put a cistern pump on them and that, they put a screen on the cistern pump because that's what would happen is they literally, when they're, pulling that sand up in that water, they'd pull up gold or they'd catch it in the screen on the tip of the cistern. It was, incredible, actually.
Yeah. Why has that ever happened to me? Oh, I'm better now. Yeah, Resort Dog, that's one good way to do it. As the molten magmas crystallize, they release the waters, which also keep a lot of the metallic minerals in solution. Yeah, it's pretty bad, Chris. It puts me in mind of a story once. I was at the company picnic one time, and the president said to the mine manager, "Have you got any of this particular stock? It's one of those micro mining stocks or whatever." The guy says, "No." He says, "Why?" He says, "Well, you need to buy." And he goes, "Why?" He says, "Well, they're having a little problem with the mill. The wire gold is jamming the crushers."
Yeah, that'd be a good problem
And
to
they
have.
They had to dig out the 100-pound balls of wired
Wire
gold
gold.
to get the crusher running again.
Yeah, that'd really be a sucky problem.
Yeah, Roberts, we're going to give that another shot. I asked if everyone wanted to see it, and I got one answer so far. So again, the question is, do we need a sign language interpreter for the tinfoil hat report, everyone? So far, I've had nothing but positive responses. So I think we're going to do that.
Yeah, representative sample of 1.
No, Chris said yes. Jim said yes.
Oh, yeah,
Somebody
might as
else
well.
said yes
They're
today.
You could do it one more time, and if nothing else, they won't come back to our show.
And Alan says yes.
Yeah, we do.
See, blind dude, that was who
Boy.
it was. Yeah, he said yes. Absolutely.
Must be doing something right.
I'll give it my best
They
shot.
keep coming back.
I'll get better with time. This is something that I haven't done.
Yeah, that's the big thing here. We don't have enough hot springs. It'd really be nice to have one like really close to the camper or something.
It's I play sign language interpreter while Eva does her narration of the tinfoil hat report, and we'll see how well I can do it. Yeah, Sean says go ahead. So we'll give it a shot. I'm really rather crude right now.
I suggest y'all be drinking. It'll make it more fun.
Eva suggests alcohol could improve the experience.
It could very well be applied, but getting an assay, first of all, will tell you how much gold and silver or copper is in that rock. And then you can go from there in deciding what other tests you might want to do, or start crushing rock and figure out how you can get that value out of it.
Yeah, exactly. A dry land spring just doesn't have the pressure and the temperature.
No.
Hey, Rock and Ore, how's it going?
Well, thanks for the thumbs up anyway.
Well, let me see that. Samantha Carter.
That's true too, Chris. I didn't even think of that, but yeah, that one piece he had here, the picture, it was a pretty looking ore, and samples of that, yeah, could have a value just for selling as specimens.
Yeah.
That might be, in some cases, the specimens can be more valuable than the amount of gold that's in the rock.
Dustin wants to know what's our best find as gold found in one day in one spot. Well, at the mine I was working at, we used to do 3,000 ounces a month. So that works out to 100 ounces a day average. When it comes to actually gold I was getting, I think we did 1/3 of an ounce one day on the middle fork of the Boise. What's your best one day take?
15 ounces.
What was that, a 10 ton per hour wash plant or something? Or
we're doing about 30 yards an hour.
30 yards an hour?
Yeah.
Okay. Yep.
20,
Hey, Tiberius!
25.
Little one Tiberius is here.
Oh.
Yep.
That's my boy.
That's right. That's one of her sons. One that's easiest to get to the internet. He says, "Hey, Ma." You know, and I hear his voice when he said that.
Oh, Ryan.
Everything going smooth, Ryan?
What happened with your derailments?
He shows clappy hands. You probably shouldn't mention anything in particular, little one.
Oh, yeah.
Did all that get straightened out, Ryan? By the way, Everyone has heard me. Well, not everyone, but most of the people who've been around a while have heard me compliment Eva's sons. Smooth is a relative term, he says, little one. Anyhow, well, that's the thing when you're a bureaucrat. You got to know how to smooth things out, Ryan. But yeah, both Ryan and her other son Dylan did a great job supporting her when I had that heart surgery. It was a very difficult time for Eva, and they came in great.
Sean, thanks for being here.
Yeah.
If we can help you, or bring the questions next time if you're here.
Oh, Bear.
Ah.
Ask Ryan if he gets a chance to go over to our old house to look for my Ab Fab DVD set.
Oh, if you get a chance going over to the house there, Ryan, she wants to see if you can find her absolutely fabulous DVD set. Okay. So, anyhow, as I just while he's here, I want to compliment Ryan. He did a fantastic job, and thank you. He got the message.
Okay.
Yeah, John. Well, when you got heavy equipment, it goes.
Yeah, it's a different level, John, but you don't need to be that level to get good gold. It's really about the quality of the placer or the ground that you're in and identifying places that have that kind of potential.
No, blind dude. It's a British comedy. Absolutely fabulous.
Faulty Towers. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's very, very trashy and very, very funny.
It's funny. It's probably not politically correct anymore, but who cares?
Oh no.
Blind dude says if it's a live stream, if it was a workout video, he wants you to live stream it, little one.
No, not those kind of ads.
Well, I'm an oldie, but I prefer not sweating too much. Thus, Montana. Well, small scale, that's not bad.
No, that's
fine. Yeah.
And you didn't have the input costs, Sean. I mean, you still had a lot of input costs, but not anywhere near. You start filling 20-gallon tanks of diesel fuel on everything and gasoline and oil, and it gets a little intrinsic after a while. You start to just go, oh boy, you have to find gold.
No, Robert, it's not Monty Python. Different British comedy. Yeah, it's more of a kind of like what was that? What was the one where Meathead and stuff like that? Archie Bunker, yeah, that sort of thing.
It's a totally trashy divorcee and her equally trashy friend.
Yeah. That's okay, blind dude. That's not uncommon at all. It usually takes a while to find the right spot, get the right skills and techniques. A lot of it has to do with finding the right spot. It takes time. Yeah, Archie meets Married with Children level of humor. Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, pretty much.
I'm not using a 2-cycle engine, Roberts.
And now on the big equipment, Roberts, and big diesel engines and that, it's not uncommon to add a half a gallon of oil a day. Depends on, what the machines are. But you use a big dozer or something, it's pretty common that every day you're putting depending on the hours you're putting on it, but you're putting oil in it.
Yeah. Most of those big engines are running, what, about 10-gallon crankcases? 10, 12?
Yeah, some
somewhere around
are
there.
bigger than that. Some of them are 25-gallon, depends on the engines. A semi is, 16 quarts, most of them. Some of them are even as many as 25 quarts. So you got, 6 gallons of oil, 8 gallons of oil,
Yeah.
Dustin, that's actually very common, is try to find the virgin ground in between the old drifts or where the old timers got to. And it can be incredibly rich if you're in the right drainages or the right areas.
Well, I can read it, Richard, but I'm not exactly sure what the purpose is. But yes, I can read it. And are we aliens pretending to be human?
Maybe.
Are we even pretending to be human?
Are we human?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly, Chris. There's a lot of things that count into what you're doing.
I don't know. That's a lot of grease for the rest of it. Maybe your seals are better than mine.
Roberts, a lot of that hydraulic oil, yeah, can be crazy. Usually in bulk, we were getting our hydraulic oil previously at about 10 or 12 bucks a gallon in bulk, 55-gallon drums.
Yeah.
It still got to be real expensive when you had to change out filters or blow a hose and add 10 more gallons, even at $10 a gallon. It's a lot of oil.
I've blown 120 gallons in 10 seconds.
Oh, yeah. No, I've blown 1-inch lines where I dumped 40 gallons by the time you could get the engine shut off.
Exactly.
By
the time you realize something's wrong.
Pump out a whole tank full of oil in a matter of just moments.
Yeah, that's correct, Dustin. That's where I was, by Atlanta, Idaho, Middle Fork of the Boise. I was downstream, about a mile south of the Queens River, downstream of the Queens River campground is where we were dredging. And I was staying in the Queens River campground. Eva was there for a while, and she got injured, and Tiberius there brought her home on an airplane.
Yeah. Well, Chris, yeah, a lot of grease fittings you hit every day. Some of them maybe every couple days, depending. But when you have, like in my case, not only the loader, but the excavator. Actually, we were running 2 excavators, so you're greasing those. All the bearings and stuff on the trommel and shafts, power shafts and stuff. You go through cases of grease. At one point we were even just buying 5-gallon buckets of grease and just filling our own grease guns because we're going through that much grease.
Blind dude told you what a Zerk is. It's just a grease fitting is all.
Yeah, grease fitting.
That's the colloquial American name for it. Well, that would be assuming that you actually mention a hydraulic leak.
I'm one of those guys, Chris, where I try to find all of those before I go into the year.
Well, if you have chunks of red stuff the size of your thumb, it should be pretty easy to define. If it was gold, it would be malleable. You take a knife and it would gouge instead of grind up, Yeah, tricky, basically. Exactly, Goldstream. In Arizona, they wanted to make a new law that basically said if your company had an environmental spill, but you immediately addressed it and informed the authorities and stuff, they couldn't fine you.
Yeah, well, that wasn't working that way.
And because the assumption was, otherwise you'd simply ignore it. If the chances were that you could get away with it, you wouldn't let them know because that way you would avoid the fine that way. But the environmentalists thought that was a horrible idea to let companies get away with polluting, and it's like they can't get away with it. They have to address it properly and clean it up to the satisfaction of the authorities.
I had absorbent pad. We had a big barrel of absorbent pads you could throw down, immediately dig up that gravel and get it bucketed up or into a barrel. I mean, there was things you had to do because the one thing, even in placer, you don't want oil going through your wash plant. Any amount of oil in the water, even though it's just that fine little skim, will carry fine gold right out. And so not only is it an environmental issue, you just don't want oil getting into your carpets or anything like that.
Yeah, Chris, as I said, the thing was, it made sense because the companies would therefore be very well incentivized to get a hold of the authorities to avoid any fines. But the environmentalists just didn't seem to understand. Well, they're getting away. No, they're having to clean it up 100%. Do you care about the environment or finding companies? Apparently, what they cared about was finding companies. Yep. Yeah, that's how you can tell where somebody's real motivations lie. You know.
Yeah.
That's pretty good. You don't know I break for bedrock, do you, Dustin? Those guys are pretty good too.
Yeah, John.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, out of a sense of duty, you do the right thing.
Well,
And
yeah,
it's not always the greatest thing that happened. It's like, oh crap. But you take the time and clean it up.
Well, I once talked to a guy that he used to haul bulk chemicals for me, and one thing they used to haul in Arizona was sulfuric acid in their trucks.
Mm-hmm.
And he said one time he got a leak in his output valve on the trailer, and somebody flagged him down, said he was leaking, so he pulled it over. And they have a special silicone that'll seal when wet, just for these sort of things. So he'd sealed it up, and he was getting ready to take like a tire iron would, and dig up the little damp spot on the ground behind the truck where it had leaked, and put it in a bucket and haul it to the mine where you just throw it on the leach pad, where that's where all the sulfuric acid's going anyway.
Right.
And Highway Patrol shows up. By the time it was over, it's $20,000 cleanup for a quart of sulfuric acid that no doubt got neutralized in the alkali soil anyway. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah, that would do it, blind dude. Yeah, that's pretty good, Dustin. Hey, Applied. Boy, he's having about as good a luck with it, the interwebs as I do. Yeah.
That was a bad night of it, huh?
Yeah. The old dudes really know their stuff, Dustin. I break for bedrock. You know, they're like their 30s and 40s, but yeah, they're pretty good. They got a YouTube channel, and I've actually been with them a couple of times. And their metal detectors work pretty good. That Gold Bug 2 and the Gold Monster, they can find some small stuff.
Well, the more time you spend looking for it, the more you're going to find too. The more you're going to figure it out. It really is applying yourself and spending the time to keep trying.
Yeah, getting the experience, kind of like this stuff up here. Yeah.
And then as far as the old guys, learn as much as you can from them. If you get that opportunity, ask questions, listen to the answers.
Thanks for stopping in, Ryan.
Yeah.
I appreciate it. You saw how excited your mom got.
Good night. Miss you.
Is that it? They're trying to keep you off the chat? I think they got something about Chris too. They never notify him when any of my stuff comes
they don't
on
want
the air.
They don't want him here, I guess, or something.
I think he's sending his love.
Yeah, well, man.
I think that's I love you, little one, from Ryan. It's a heart with a plus in it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gold is where you find it. blind dude, you never know. It could be in the old tailings. You just got to keep checking stuff till you figure it out.
Well, not only that, but it can be resupplied in an area too. It looks like it was either dredged or mined before.
Well, a lot of this stuff has been, multiple times guys have been over it, but there was things that factored into how well they could do at the time, the amount of water, the time of the year, at what time period it was actually done, whether it was white guys or Chinese. If it was Chinese, I'll tell you what, a lot of times
Not a lot left.
No, they were pretty thorough, believe it or not.
Good.
They might have been slow, but boy, they could move a lot of material, and they were good at getting the gold out of it.
Yeah.
But there's all different factors that factor into whether it was efficiently mined or not.
Pegmatite, there's a lot of things you can, but right now lithium is one of the big things they look at in pegmatites. It can have a lot of rare earths and such too.
Pegmatites could be.
No, Dustin, I haven't.
Could have been crystals of some kind they were hunting. It could have been gold.
Yeah, there's a lot of things you can find in pegmatite. Agreed, Resort Dog. Yeah, they couldn't get into the cracks, that's for sure.
A lot of those old dredges, they looked at their gold particle sizes, and they designed a screening system on the dredge to match like 70% of the value that was going through that dredge. And in a lot of cases, they were lucky if they were getting half of the value, because at the rate they were pushing material through. Because they didn't do a lot of stripping early, with the early dredges especially. They didn't do a lot of stripping ahead of the dredge. So it wasn't just gravel going through the dredge. It was alluvial black mud and dirt and tree roots and everything else.
Blind Dude says, so I just moved the big rocks and the tailings and try to find dirt. I don't know. I think I'd go over them with a metal detector. I think that'd be more likely to work. Get the nuggets that they were screening off, those oversized ones you're talking about.
On the dredge piles, usually the last out of the hole is on top of the pile or close to the top of the pile. But no, ideally you want to look for virgin ground, but that's not always the case.
Yeah. But I said they'd have a screen, and Jim said, they'd screen off the coarser stuff to get better recovery on the finer. So if you did have a nugget, it would go to tailings.
It went in a pile probably.
Yeah.
They did run nugget traps and things, but a lot of times the material they were running through a dredge in a lot of cases was not the perfect material, because they were taking everything. The overburden, which was,
thank you, Richard.
Organic soils, tree roots, willow roots, grass, everything went through the dredge, short of any big trees that they had to log out of their way.
Let's see. Wow, no more comments.
Richard Miner, a new one I haven't seen.
Yeah, Blue Bowl, I don't know, as a primary thing, maybe as a cleanup, not too bad. Nalmanite, not familiar with that. If it looks like it had layers of electrum in it, I would take it if I could.
Yeah. Test it.
The pegmatite also tends to be a later stage. As the magma is cooling, it'll have a lot more water in it and soluble minerals and stuff.
Look for crystals.
Yeah, look for crystals. That's where you find a lot of the gem crystals and stuff too.
Yep.
I'm glad to see you, Richard. Richard Latimer. It depends, Richard Latimer.
Richard, like Tony's doing there, they are stripping overburden ahead of those dredges. So they're trying to run the gravels. And my guess, knowing what Tony does with all his years in gold mining, he's tried to design his systems to probably catch somewhere in that 90% of the gold neighborhood. And he's not in as big a hurry to do it as some of the old time dredging. I mean, those crews work day and night, never ever shut down. And like I say, they weren't doing the stripping that in modern day now, where you can take that overburden, get it out of your way, get the muck out of your way.
I think I'd just pan it, Resort Dog. I mean, I can get pretty good recovery on fairly fine gold in a pan fairly quickly. The trick is, don't worry about panning down to the gold. Just worry about panning off the lighter stuff on top. Just keep working that lighter stuff, get it out of there, and pretty soon you get down pretty good, pretty quickly.
Yeah, the blue bowl's really when you get down to just that last fine, or letting that black sand work in it and separate out those last little pieces of gold.
Yeah.
It's not a real good recovery unit for, trying to make any time doing anything.
Yeah,
you're going to be able to pan it. If you go to Keith's videos on panning, you're going to get down to where you can pan a lot of material a lot faster.
Yeah, that's one thing. Like, Jason on Flower Gold Wizards.
Yeah.
A lot of times he's got like, a pan full of cons, and he's sitting there doing a teaspoon at a time into his, little mini sluice, and I'm like, I just pan it.
Yep.
I can pan it.
Well, even if you cut it down to the last quarter, you got rid of 3/4 of that material.
Yeah.
Then if you want to, sit and try to fine tune.
There are people who seem to be able to douse, and I would imagine that since it's if it exists, it's a mental ability. Whatever works for you would be the way to do it. Hey, Smoking. Glad to see you. I have never tried an underflow sluice, Blind Dude. Although there's a lot of dredges that have almost a dual layer sluice, which is kind of like an underflow. Opal's some pretty stuff. I say, I've seen people who believed in dowsing that couldn't do it, but I've seen other people who, apparently could.
I've actually had pretty good luck laying out mineralization using dowsing, but I've also been able to go in and test and say, that was pretty close and that wasn't. I mean, there's something about dowsing. There's a certain level of it that, there's something there. What it is actually, or how you prove it scientifically, I don't know. But
well, if you want to do a test sometime,
I think I said we should pull my rods out someday and do it. I can show you some things that you just go, how can that work?
Yeah, but that'd be cool.
It works. And I think the old timers back, in the 1880s and that, I think they did use some certain level of dowsing, because I've seen some things that there is no way they found that just based on trying to walk along the ground and find where they wanted to go into that mountain.
Panning part test, how small the material your daily run? Lincoln, that the grammar's got me a bit confused there. How small is the material? That depends on what it is I'm processing, but that's about it. No, Blind Dude, if it's a metaphysical ability, some people have it, some people don't. So just because you can't douse doesn't mean you don't believe.
Just Monday nights, Chuck.
Yeah, 6 o'clock p.m. Mountain Time on Monday nights. Yeah, as long as it works, I don't care. I mean, if somebody's detecting things through subliminal perception or metaphysical perception or what, I don't give a damn as long as they can do it.
Yeah, as long if it works for you, do it.
Yeah. How many of you people have been in the military or talked to someone in the military were in a unit, a combat unit, there was somebody who always knew when the shit was going to hit the fan?
Yeah, there's a certain level of perception, or what I've even said is there's more of a spiritual level sometimes to things than what we realize. It's like that one more thing. Because you're right. There's people that are like, I'm not going to do that, and there's a reason they're saying that.
There are more things on heaven and in earth than are dreamt of in your philosophy.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I say all I know is that there's people consistently reporting stuff that has no conventional explanation. I've seen a few things that I have no conventional explanation.
I know it's real because I've used it, and then we've put an excavator on the ground and dug. And whether that was doing, septic systems in my younger days, or looking for phone lines or high pressure pipes or whatever. But even in the mineral industry, I could show you where, if you think it's placer, I can go out there and lay out the outside edge of it, whatever the contact, and you start digging, and that is the outside edge of it. And it's like, it shouldn't work, but it does.
There. I have.
There. We should take him up to Montana Beach.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I mean, going across the hillside and following something, it's doable. You take a pocket full of flags.
I like that idea.
No, it's amazing sometimes what what it's sensing. I'm not always sure, but.
Well, the guy who made the far sensing machines that has gone after every treasure that has ever been written up. How many has he found, Resort Dog? That's the question.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, John, I don't know. I'm pretty conventional in the way I behave. Eva's not. That's why when she has an intuition about something, I take it seriously. I've seen her score, when it made no sense, Oh, that would be cool, Tricky. Yeah.
That would be good, Tricky, just to, there is something to it. I remember one time I got called out to a farm to find a septic system, and it happened to be a physics professor from the University of Minnesota. And when I pulled those witching rods out, this guy's head just about exploded. He's like, that cannot work. And I said, well, nobody had a blueprint. This system had been put in 40, 50 years before this guy owned the place. And I'm like, well, it's always worked for me. So I went out and painted painted marks in the yard and everything. And we got the backhoe and started digging. And he's like, there's no way that worked. And I'm like, well, there's the tank. There's the lids that we need to open up. And he couldn't believe that could possibly work. And I'm like, well, it did.
I've seen water witches at work.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's me too.
I've seen water witches that could tell you, okay, you're going to hit water about 100 feet down here.
I had an old guy tell me right here, if you drive a sand point 21 feet, you'll have all the water you want. We drove a sand point 21 feet exactly, had all the water we wanted.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay.
Oh, yeah.
That's it. I don't disbelieve. I haven't proven it. I do believe things happen that I can't prove. I mean, in terms of I can't explain. But yeah.
I don't know. I can understand if it's moving water, there's probably some kind of an electric field to it. But there's like in some of this mineralized ground in that, whether it's a magnetic field or something different, I don't know.
Rock's got a vibe, dude. They're alive. Well, at least until they've been blasted. And then
Well, we're going to let Eva in here for a few minutes, and then when we come back, I think I'll do a little history lesson for you guys.
Okay, we may have some internet issues with this silly tablet of mine. It usually does. Hi, y'all.
See if I can do this here.
Yeah, if a dog can shit aligned to magnetic poles, that's true. You know, I mean. Oh, that reminds me. On a related note here, Bear and I are both in agreement on this. Now, I happen to have a really good sense of direction, as in sun, dark, doesn't matter. I pretty much know where north is. Always have. For some bizarre reason, when we are driving out of Helena, headed south, I feel like I'm going north. When we're driving out of Helena, headed north, as we were the other day, I feel like I'm going south. And there's a very, very distinct demarcation line where things right themselves. And the bear, who is a metaphysical brick, agreed that his sense of direction is screwy in Helena, and his sense of direction got reasonable at about the same place mine did. Now, mine's a little more finely tuned than his because, of course, I am not a metaphysical brick. But it was just one of those interesting things. You know. Hello. Yeah, you're going to die. Like I said, the deaf translation thing, his sign language, I suggest massive quantities of alcohol. Just so you know. But it was just rather interesting that both of us. Now, Jim, I meant to ask you.
What?
Keith and I both agree here. When we're driving south out of Helena to head to Townsend, we feel like we're going north.
Well,
when we were driving north,
it's elevation. You're going uphill.
When we were driving north to go to,
you're going downhill.
Yeah.
No, we're going over mountains.
Well, I know, but it's still you're losing elevation, and your head or your body senses that somehow. Because it's weird. There's places in Wyoming where you're driving across the whole state of Wyoming and you're actually gaining elevation, I don't know, 5,000 feet across the state of Wyoming, but it's over 500 miles. And you actually swear to God the water's running uphill when you look at the road ditches.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's how screwed up your sense of calibration.
Because my compass righted itself, so to speak, right about the same place his did. Mine righted.
I know of two places on some mineralized ground that even your GPS, which should not happen, but the needle on your GPS will read backwards. It'll switch right around, and you're looking at your GPS going, "How can that even happen?" I can see with a compass on magnetic ground. Where it'll just lose itself. But you're GPS,
supposed to be doing loss here.
Your GPS isn't a compass.
He's talking too fast.
Okay. MMG to halt Las Bambas copper mine amid fresh blockade. Well, that should be interesting. Speaking of copper, we sorted out a whole bunch of pre-1982 pennies. And for those who are curious, nickels are now worth 6.7 cents a piece. So, of course, I'm going to start saving older nickels. I don't trust these new nickels. I'm sorry. And in other related news, check your quarters very carefully because there is still a whole bunch of 2019 and 2021 West Point quarters out there. There'll be a little W right next to George Washington's ponytail. And there are 5 different backs on them. There are 5 different reverses. And they're in the America the Beautiful series. And those things are running anywhere from $35 to several $100s a piece. And the Mint, for once, actually decided to release them all into the wild when they were made rather than selling them through dealers or on the website. So you have a 1 in 185 chance, approximately, of getting one of these West Point quarters. So start looking for those. Magnetic anomalies maps. I'd like to find one of those. That would be kind of cool.
I've
May
got,
have
there's a
it.
whole pile of them right over here.
All right, so
somewhere.
let's read this article. MMG said on Monday it will have to halt production at its Las Bambas copper mine in Peru by February 20th, following a new and ongoing blockade of the road used by the company, which has already forced the Chinese miner to curtail operations. Residents of the Chumbivilcas province have been blocking the main access to Las Bambas off and on since November 20th. They demand jobs and economic contributions from the company, a unit of state-owned China Minmetals, which they said failed to benefit residents despite its great wealth. Communities along the road asked for lower logistics transport contracts, financial compensation for land use to build the mining road, and actions to reduce the alleged damage to their crops caused by large numbers of trucks on the road each day. They also wanted to set a fund with 8% of the mine's annual profits to finance productive and social development projects, while the company offered financing for individual social projects. MMG believes it's the government's responsibility to pave the route, but a long-term solution would be building a separate freight train link. Construction of the railway would take more than 5 years and cost $9.2 billion, according to Peru's Transport and Communications Ministry. The new protest takes place less than a month after the lifting of a month-long blockade that forced the giant copper mine to shut down from December 18th to December 31st, when it was able to restart after a series of negotiations. Las Bambas, Peru's fourth largest copper mine and the world's ninth largest copper mine, has grappled off and on protest and road blockades since the operation's 2015-2016 ramp-up. Operations at the mine were disrupted more than 100 days in 2019, with 70 communities along the 450-kilometer road to the port of Matarani demanding action from MMG and the national government over emissions from trucks and reduction of their farmland. A 3-week-long roadblock protest staged at the end of 2020 prevented MMG from exporting 189,000 tons of copper concentrate worth $530 million from the mine. More interruptions in September last year forced the company to halt operations for a few days. MMG agreed in early October to integrate the communities into its value chain, though they are not within the asset's area of influence. Overall, operations at Las Bambas have been disrupted over 400 days since 2016, according to company estimates. With production capacity of 400,000 tons of copper a year and significant quantities of gold and silver, or some 2% of the total global primary output, yielded 339,682 tons of the red metal and 249,767 tons of zinc in 2021. The mine employs more than 6,000 workers, directly and indirectly. 25% of them are residents from the Apurimac region. Good for them. Nice to see somebody putting the hurt to the panda dudes. I am always. Yeah, I think part of it might be elevation, Chuck, but I think part of it is just something else because I have been in areas before where you've got a long, slow elevation, and it has never messed with my compass before. So there's something weird about it. Yeah, Jim isn't laughing as much this week. Bear isn't trying hard enough. BHP to cut emissions by 30% with the first LNG-powered bulk carrier. Let's see if this one actually loads. Speaking of bulk carriers, energy, and everything else, apparently in some news conference today where the senile old coot who is pretending to be president at the moment was talking to some German functionary, the Germans are going to be doubling down on increasing hydrogen and green energy production and getting away from real fuel. So, good luck with that. BHP has taken a key step toward its goal of reaching net zero by 2050. Woohoo! After receiving the first of 5 LNG-powered carriers to transport iron ore from Australia's Port Hedland to Asia. The 299-meter-long Mount Tourmaline Newcastle-Max ore carrier was built by Eastern Pacific Shipping in China, and stopped off in Singapore to take on LNG fuel. It will next head to Port Hedland in Western Australia to load iron ore that will then be shipped to China. The world's largest miner said introducing LNG-powered ships would eliminate nitrogen oxide and sulfur oxide emissions and reduce carbon dioxide emissions by about 30% per trip. BHP has inked several agreements in the past year with some of the world's largest steel mills to cooperate on low-carbon technologies, including Japan's JFE Steel, South Korea's POSCO, and Baowu and HBIS in China. This is not small. Together, these 4 steel mills account for 12% of global steel making. Let's digest that. 4 steel mills, 12% of global steel making. What do they all have in common? None of them are here. None of them are in Australia either. Now, it seems to me that the most energy efficient way to handle things would actually be to have steel mills in Australia rather than shipping iron to China and then shipping it back to Australia. But I don't know. I'm just a tinfoil hat goddess. I'm not an economist or anything. While the vessel can also still burn traditional low sulfur fuel oil, BHP intends to use LNG to power Mount Tourmaline as much as possible. Scope 3 emissions, those generated indirectly when consumers burn or process commodities produced by BHP, are undoubtedly the hardest to tackle, but they account for as much as 97% of BHP's total. Okay, so they're already doing just about everything they can do from that math to get to net zero, unless they make everybody who uses their products get to net zero. That could get very messy. Very, very messy. I have to wonder about the math involved here. According to Investors Group Market Forces Executive Director Julian Vincent, they're also larger than Australia's total emissions in 2019 of 532.5 million tons of carbon dioxide equivalent. So stakeholders were expecting more. Really, they were expecting more. The targets fall short of the 42% reduction that would be required to align with a 1.3 degrees Celsius pathway from 2020 to 2030. Whoa, 42% short. That's pretty sad. Put simply, BHP has deliberately chosen, mind you, they've deliberately chosen not to meet the Paris Agreement's ultimate aim of holding warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius. Okay, so if their actual pollution only accounts for 3% of the total solution associated with them, meaning 97% of the total pollution associated with them is done by other third parties. And they only decreased, and they still managed to decrease this by about 42%. How are they choosing? Carry the 7. Yeah. Eco-terrorist bullshit in operation here. Just so we all know. BHP is the top exporter of coking coal used in steam making and number 3 in iron ore, the raw material used for steel. The high polluting process of making steel involves adding coking coal to iron ore to make the alloy, and it's responsible for up to 9% of global greenhouse emissions. Last year, BHP invested in a startup company seeking to develop less polluting ways of making steel. It also inked a deal with mining equipment giant Caterpillar to speed up the development and deployment of zero emissions mining trucks at BHP sites. The company has been working on cleaning up its portfolio by exiting thermal coal, divesting metallurgical coal assets, and increasing its exposure to what Chief Executive Officer Mike Henry calls future-facing commodities. They include metals such as copper and nickel. Wow, copper and nickel are future-facing. Interesting. Key materials for the batteries and wiring that are key to the clean energy transition. Okay, these woke people are going to kill us all, And at this point here, I'm a little worried about that. Goldman commodity veteran says he's never seen a market like it. Let's find out what kind of a market he's talking about here. Jeff Curry, the closely followed head of commodities research at Goldman Sachs Group, says he's never seen commodity markets pricing in the shortages they are right now. I've been doing this 30 years and I've never seen markets like this, Curry said in a Bloomberg TV interview. This is a molecule crisis. A molecule crisis? Gotta wonder about that one. We're out of everything. I don't care if it's oil, gas, coal, copper, aluminum, you name it, we're out of it. Futures curves in several markets are trading in super backwardation. A structure that indicates traders are paying bumper premiums for immediate supply. The downward sloping shape in prices is generally taken to mean commodities are severely undersupplied. This is a surprise to absolutely no one, I'm sure. The Bloomberg Commodity Spot Index, which tracks 23 energy, metals, and crop futures, has touched a record this year. That has been driven in part by surging oil prices, which have hit their highest level since 2014. Diesel futures are in their strongest backwardation since 2008, excluding expiry days, according to data compiled by Bloomberg, while the structure of the crude market has also been booming in recent days. All 6 of the main industrial metals traded on the London Metal Exchange moved into backwardation late last year, in a rare synchronized bout of tightness last seen in 2007. Wow. So an actual expert is saying we're out of everything. This is interesting.
One note, though, on that is he did not mention much about silver and gold. He avoided those two for a reason.
Good night applied. Yeah. As a matter of fact, on the matter of silver and gold, though we'll get back to it later, it has been noted that the Bank of America has all of a sudden gone very, very bullish in buying gold. After dumping a whole bunch of it about 3 months ago, they're now buying it everywhere they can find it, which is quite bizarre.
They sold all their shorts too the last 2 days.
Yeah, they did. They sold a lot of shorts.
So they know it's not going down.
Financial spillover effect more intense between gold and silver. In a new paper published in the Journal of Applied Economics, an international team of researchers analyzed the portfolio risk characteristics and spillovers of precious metals, commodities, and equity markets across continents. The inspiration behind the study was recent findings from different reports that showed precious metals are negatively correlated with financial equity markets, highlighting their potential in the diversification and hedging of financial portfolio positions. Really now? The new research, thus, assessed the relationship between the returns of 9 precious metals: gold, silver, palladium, platinum, lead, zinc, copper, and aluminum. You wouldn't think of nickel, lead, zinc, copper, and aluminum as being precious metals, but they are.
Especially Zed.
Yeah. Furthermore, it analyzed the spillover index between these metals and the regional global equity markets and performed a portfolio optimization using a differential evaluation method. And there's a really, really pretty chart, which says absolutely nothing. So it's very well done. The findings revealed that the largest spillovers among precious metals occur between gold and silver and between zinc and lead, while the largest spillovers of the world, the Americas, Europe, and Asia Pacific equity indices are on palladium and copper. According to the study, metals that most largely spill over on the equity indices of the world and the Americas are copper and zinc. On the equity indices of Europe are copper and lead, and on the equity indices of Asia Pacific are copper and silver. Additionally, nickel and lead add the highest risk to total portfolio risk, while platinum, gold, and aluminum add the least risk to the portfolio of commodities. The most desirable metals for investment were found to be gold and aluminum. Once again, they are entirely ignoring silver. They do this very, very deliberately. Okay? Understanding the relationship between precious metal and equity markets across continents in the world, as well as the role of precious metals in financial investment, is relevant for investors looking to protect their investment portfolios during financial turmoil and market downturns. Seong Min Yoon, co author of the study, said in a media statement. In Yoon's review, these findings can also help portfolio investors with portfolio risk management and the creation of hedging strategies. In addition, he believes the financial policy makers can benefit from this study by gaining relevant insight on how the inclusion of precious metals can help them with important financial investment decisions. As a side note, we shall be watching Jerome Powell rather closely now that he's being investigated for insider trading. That was very interesting. They actually decided to investigate the great Jerome Powell for insider trading. They're completely ignoring, of course, Congress insider trading, but then again, Congress is allowed to do this. So, they may actually have to do something to old Jerome at this point. United States to spend $725 million this year on abandoned coal mine cleanups. Yeah, Jim isn't laughing the way he was last week because Bear be falling down on the job over there. Everybody's commenting on the fact that you are obviously in critic mode now, and Bear is failing here. The Biden administration on Monday said $725 million in federal funds would be available to states this year to clean up abandoned coal mines. One of several initiatives aimed at reducing pollution from decades of fossil fuel development. In a related note, the senile occupant of the albino mansion over there in D.C. apparently also is still really big on the idea of getting plenty more oil from OPEC and completely not mining any oil here. This is obviously a really winning strategy for OPEC. For us, not so much. Oh, and in case you missed it, apparently releasing those 50 million barrels from our strategic reserve there a couple of months ago, less than 2 days worth of supplies for the United States, made a significant difference in gas prices, which are now at a new high national average of $3.44 a gallon. So that's the way that's going. The money represents a portion of the $11.3 billion allocated to mine reclamation in the infrastructure law that Congress passed last year. We can assume that mine reclamation is probably not going to be a great thing. The program is part of President Joe Biden's pledge to create jobs and improve health and safety while combating climate change. The Interior Department says it will distribute $725 million every year for the next 15 years to states and tribes based on their needs. For fiscal year 2022, the funding is available to 22 states and the Navajo Nation. Pennsylvania is eligible for the most funding, nearly $245 million, followed by West Virginia, Illinois, Kentucky, and Ohio. Pennsylvania Senator Bob Casey said his state is home to a third of the nation's abandoned mine lands and expects to receive about $3 billion from the program in the coming years. That's going to go a long way. We've never had that kind of investment in our abandoned mines at one time in history, Casey said on a call with reporters. The funding will prioritize projects that hire displaced coal workers, Interior said. The administration is hoping the funds will create union jobs and help mining regions like Appalachia as they seek to diversify their economies. Such work could include closing dangerous mine shafts, reclaiming unstable slopes, treating acid mine drainage, and restoring water supplies damaged by mining. The state and tribal allocations are based on the number of tons of coal historically produced in each state before the 1977 passage of the Surface Mining Control and Reclamation Act, which created a fund for the cleanup of abandoned mine lands. The fund, however, relies on per-ton fees paid by coal companies and has declined as the amount of coal mined in the United States has fallen. The administration will soon release guidance to states and tribes on how to apply for the funding. It's expected to be dispersed later this year. Wow. Yeah, Roberts, around here, our gas prices are holding steady, but the red dyed diesel and the propane are both inching up, which red dyed diesel is bad news for the people who use it. And propane is bad news for those who use it to heat.
Diesel fuel futures were about $6.50 a gallon, I think.
Yep.
Futures. Yeah.
It's looking pretty bad now.
Ugly.
It's going to get very ugly because of the persistent and increasing shortage in fertilizer. For those who have missed this little bit of news, we now have, I think it's 8 or 9 different countries that are banning exports of all chemical fertilizers and all the feedstocks used to produce chemical fertilizers, which means that some of our farmers here in the United States are already looking at banking their soil for the coming year because they can't afford to plant, especially corn. Corn futures, all grain futures are basically through the roof at this point. And with the spread of the avian flu in the southeastern Massachusetts, we can expect the culling of chickens to start fairly shortly. Because if there's a single case of avian flu in any chicken farm, they all have to be killed. So if you're looking to put some chicken in the freezer, this is a good time to do it before the price doubles. Just one of those things. Just one of those things. So let's see what else is going on in the news today. Physical bullion investors are undeterred by paper price swings. Well, we should hope so. Precious metals aren't exactly a favored asset on Wall Street or at the Federal Reserve. Yep, we've heard that. On that note, there is a concerted effort going on over at Wall Street Silver on Reddit to conduct what they call raids once a month. On a given day of the month, and this month it's February 10th, everybody commits to buying at least 1 ounce of physical silver. And there's actually been a lot of physical silver going out of the various vaults here, there, and everywhere. As a matter of fact, he and I are expecting 3 interesting pieces in the mail, plus 2 of these really cool private currency notes, gold backs, that are released by somebody in Montana, in Nevada. These things are actually paper money that have been coated with a very, very micro thin layer of gold. They're very pretty. We'll show them off when we get them in the mail. But it is a good idea for everybody to make a note to yourself to just pick up an ounce of silver once a month or more. Preferably more. The more silver we buy, the better off we are. Gold prices advances as inflation fears grow. Yeah, we all know about inflation. Well, Roberts, we got them more as a souvenir and because they're cool than because we were looking at it as an investment. They're just cool looking. Gold prices advances as inflation fears grow, even with a hawkish Fed. Gold futures had respectable gains in New York trading today. The most active April 2022 contract gained $14.20, and as of 4:47 p.m. Eastern is currently fixed at $1,822. Considering the Federal Reserve's updated monetary policy, which is more hawkish, and the most recent statement from last month's FOMC meeting and last week's strong jobs report. Strong jobs report. Oh yeah, that's right, that thing. Okay. Gold has been extremely resilient and continuing to gain in value. Gold was trading at approximately $1,830 before the release of last month's Federal Reserve monetary policy statement and traded to a low of $1,814 during Chairman Powell's press conference. During the week beginning January 24th, gold opened at approximately $1,835 and closed Friday, January 28th at $1,784. However, over the last 2 weeks, gold has had significant gains, closing at $1,808 last week and gaining over $14 today, taking it to $1,822. At current pricing, gold is almost fully recovered from the declines of the week beginning January 24th. Gold's resilience is apparent in the light of last Friday's jobs report, which came in well above the forecast from economists polled by the Wall Street Journal, which was expecting 150,000 new jobs. The actual number of new jobs added, according to the U.S. Department of Labor, was an additional 467,000. Yours truly is still trying to figure out exactly how they define a new job added. This
Seasonal
is a
adjustment.
good question. Yeah. Gold continues to rise against strong headwinds resulting from the current demeanor of the Federal Reserve and a strong jobs report. The strength in gold pricing is based on two primary factors. First, gold has been buoyed by real concerns and fears about inflation levels. Second is the uncertainty of the current geopolitical risks between Ukraine and Russia. Currently, the CPI index is at 7% based on last month's report, which is a record 40-year high. On January 28th, the Bureau of Economic Analysis reported the PCE index grew 5.8% in December. This level is now also at a 40-year high. On Thursday of this week, the BEA will release its most current report for January on the CPI index. According to analysts polled by Bloomberg, Thursday's report is expected to rise to an epic level of 7.3% over last year. Bear in mind, the CPI is entirely different from the reality on the street because the CPI does no longer include the volatile energy and food sectors. And you may have noticed that the energy and food sectors are looking a little more volatile than usual lately. If the forecasts are correct and the inflationary pressures vis-a-vis the CPI come in at 7.3%, it will only strengthen the resolve of the Federal Reserve to be more aggressive on raising interest rates in March. According to Reuters, U.S. inflation figures for January are due on Thursday, with markets now pricing in a 1 in 3 chance the Fed might hike by a full 50 basis points in March. That forecast is very close to the CME's FedWatch tool that's predicting there's a 25% likelihood the Fed will raise rates by 0.5% in March. On the Russian front, the current geopolitical tensions between Russia and Ukraine continue to grow, with NBC News reporting that Russia is pessimistic about a resolution resulting from diplomacy. Wow, really? Entering a critical week in the standoff over Ukraine, neither Russia nor the United States sounded optimistic about intensifying diplomatic efforts to de-escalate tensions. According to the NBC News article titled, "Russia has massed 70% of forces needed to invade Ukraine." Russia has already assembled 70% of the forces it would need to launch a full-scale invasion of Ukraine, a U.S. official with direct knowledge of the latest government assessment said Friday amid spiraling tensions in the region. Keep a close eye on Belarus too, people. Belarus is just as important as Ukraine, and nobody's talking about it, which is probably a good reason to look into it. These two factors have been ultimately supportive of gold pricing and will continue to not only support gold pricing, but move them higher in the coming weeks ahead, which is really good, okay? Gold going up is really good. We still have the vast consensus of economic forecasts looking at a $2,000 or higher gold this year. And as usual, silver is being entirely ignored, which is a really, really, really good reason to buy silver. As if anybody really needed a good reason to buy silver. Just because. Dramatic improvement in Bitcoin and Ethereum settlement. So we may be getting ready for another pump in the cryptocurrency world here. Let's see if we can get this article to load for us. In that light, there was another very large hack recently. A whole bunch more cryptocurrencies went poof. And our beloved and highly trusted and greatly esteemed federal government has come one step closer to creating a digital currency. Apparently, the geeks over at MIT came up with a working algo for this. And it does what the Fed likes. This is very, very bad news, of course, because digital currency is not only unconstitutional at this point, it's a great way to make sure that your privacy disappears, that your independence disappears, and it is an affront to freedom in general. Fiat currency is bad enough, but federal or government issued cryptocurrency is far worse. As it stands now, cryptocurrency is a good thing to pick up for the future and just sit on in case it does get widely adopted. The biggest bottleneck problem here is in the clearinghouses that turn Bitcoin, Ethereum, and other coins into fiat currency. As in, you have a Coinbase account, it's got a bunch of Bitcoin in it, and you decide to use your Coinbase card to go to Walmart and buy yourself some groceries. Walmart doesn't actually get paid in Bitcoin. Walmart gets paid in dollar bills that are purchased by your Bitcoin by Coinbase, which means that part of the system is your bottleneck, because at any time the federal government can decide to say nobody is allowed to do that except us with our digital federal coin, our Fed coin. This is something to watch out for. But yes, I can see decentralized currencies like this having a place in the future. So they are a good thing to have, you know? Adam wants to know if anybody here is good with igneous rocks.
What kind of igneous rocks?
You're supposed to be sign what kind of this igneous rock here. Dramatic improvement in Bitcoin and Ethereum sentiment as prices rally. Bitcoin has recovered above $44,000 and Ethereum is comfortably above $3,000 as sentiment around the crypto markets dramatically improves. The crypto market began the week with a strong comeback, with Bitcoin rallying more than 6% and Ethereum gaining more than 5% in the last 24 hours. At the time of writing, the world's largest cryptocurrency was trading at $44,190.54 after rallying $7,000 since Friday. And Ethereum was at $3,157.36 after a nearly $400 rally over the past 3 days. Crypto comeback has been connected to gains on Wall Street after stocks rallied last week on surprisingly strong jobs data out of the U.S. Investors digested positive news on the U.S. economy, adding 467,000 jobs in January. Many on Wall Street were expecting a negative number and said we saw robust hiring, higher wages, and more Americans returning to the workforce, said Oanda senior market analyst Edward Moya. Really? It must be nice to live in their reality. Even though the U.S. strong job numbers could mean a more hawkish Federal Reserve in March, market participants still admired the labor market's strength, said Global Block analyst Marcus Sotirio. The latest positive reaction ignited a bounce for the crypto markets too, as Bitcoin managed to overcome the downward trend dating back to the all-time high. $270 million of short positions were liquidated, leading to a bit of a short squeeze, Sotirio noted. Sentiment around the crypto market has dramatically improved over the weekend as Bitcoin has also broken out of a downtrend on the RSI dating back to October. Bitcoin broke out of two similar downtrends on the RSI within the past year, both of which resulted in incredible rallies, hence potentially foreshadowing a Bitcoin rally to the upside. Bitcoin's solid performance on Monday followed Friday's 11% rally, the biggest single-day gain for the cryptocurrency since mid-June. In a positive crypto mood, U.S. Senator Ted Cruz bought Bitcoin during the recent sell-off. According to a financial disclosure, a purchase of between $15,001 to $50,000 worth of the popular cryptocurrency was made on January 25th. Senator Ted Cruz declared through a periodic transaction report on Friday that he bought Bitcoin. As he says, cryptocurrency and Bitcoin mining provide enormous opportunities. However, Cruz also warned about the possibility of Congress screwing this all up. Really? He doesn't have very much faith in Congress, now do he? As he is worried they do not understand what Bitcoin is, but they're trying to regulate it anyway. A lot of people don't understand what Bitcoin is. U.S. regulation is undoubtedly Bitcoin's biggest risk, which hopefully will gain more clarity on soon, with a report from the Biden administration on the regulation of Bitcoin potentially getting published this month. Depending on who wrote it, that could be a really, really scary report. It should also be noted at this point that several governments that are still marginally more authoritarian than ours have recently banned Bitcoin, by the way. This is something that is happening here. In other crypto-related news, major players in the digital asset space, including Coinbase, Circle, Anchorage Digital, and Huboy Global, are forming a new coalition to weed out market manipulation. The Crypto Market Integrity Coalition will work to harmonize financial integrity standards, said Circle's Chief Strategy Officer and Head of Global Policy, Dante Disparte. Integrity is paramount to the process and the ability of our industry to continue innovating and building an infrastructure that delivers on the promise of access to financial resources for all. Very interesting. We shall see what transpires with this. Though I will say that this explosion of cryptocurrency is going to run headlong into the green terrorist agenda going on, because cryptocurrency is very, very, very energy intensive. Solar and wind are not going to cut it with this stuff. Okay? Not going to happen. However, as I said, I am a firm believer in actually keeping your hands on a little bit of crypto just in case. Never know what the heck our government's going to do about it. And as Zero Hedge pointed out, and they are quite correct, dominant superpowers don't accumulate $30 trillion in debt. In case you missed the news, you might want to go check out the usdebtclock.org, because we passed 30 trillion the other day, only 60 days after we passed 29 trillion. I'm still trying to figure out how they managed to spend $1 trillion in 2 months without anybody noticing. But, that's just the way things work.
1.9.
And here's the thing here. Again, when you look at the numbers at Debt Clock, they don't add up. Things are looking a little weird here. And there is reason to believe that our dearly beloved federal government is cooking the books in terms of how much money we actually are in debt. And I'm not even talking about the unfunded liabilities part. We all know the unfunded liabilities part is somewhere north of $125 trillion. We all know that the world debt put together is somewhere north of $841 trillion. But I'm wondering what our actual U.S. debt is, since the numbers aren't looking right. The numbers that you can still see. Because once again, when I wandered over to the Treasury Department website and decided to look over the balance sheets, there was a whole lot of stuff that ain't there no more. It's really bizarre. Stuff is disappearing from Fred too. Used to be you could go to Fred and you'd find out what the Treasury was up to. Well, that's not happening anymore either, which is pretty interesting, because whenever stuff starts disappearing, that's bad news with these people. These people have a tendency to make stuff disappear. Oh, and Peter Thiel, the great billionaire, is actually going to be leaving Facebook to help Donald Trump with his advancing the Trump agenda here. And Rumble offered Joe Rogan in writing $100 million censor-free over 4 years if he moves his happy self to Rumble. We can only hope he does so. Oh yeah, definitely dark accounting, Adam. Let me put it this way. These people make triple entry mafia accounting look legal. Okay? It is just bizarre, the things that they put right out in the open. Because if any of us kept our books the way they keep their public records, never mind their private records, their private records are the ones I really want to see, we'd already be rotting in jail for the next several hundred years here. And just so everyone knows, if you live in Philadelphia or go to Philadelphia, it's a good time to get rid of your car, since they've already had 140 carjackings this year, double the year-to-date total from 2021, which is kind of interesting. Just kind of, And Rand Paul is on the warpath about COVID again. Good for him. You can go to Zero Hedge to read more about that, since YouTube would probably be very, very rude to me here. And it is quite possible that shipping rates are going to continue to seriously skyrocket, because with fuel going vertical and port shortages getting worse every week, despite what the Malarkey administration is saying about the issue, when they say anything at all, it's getting very hard to book shipping these days. Lots of people are complaining about this. And along with all the other shortages we have, the increase in the cost of fuel is going to be a serious driver, at least in terms of the red dye diesel fuel, for an increase in the cost of agriculture. So if you're not already stocking your pantry, this is really, really the time to start working on it. Meantime, commit to buying at least 1 ounce of silver this month. Bye.
Oh. Grab that, Keith. Oh. Probably got to get it up here.
Get it up here.
Okay. I don't know.
Eva, I need you for a minute.
Didn't say that.
You are a dirty bear.
I guess.
Dirty ass old bear.
A few people saying goodbye to you, Eva,
Bye-bye.
for the evening, but all right, guys, I thought I would go into a little bit of history, and this kind of pertains to the world, not even so much the Western area that we're in. But it explains a lot with some of the old mines, and it explains a lot with really this era actually mimics where we're at right now, closer than the 1930s depression and things like that. So there was a lot of common things in here that I thought, I would, it's mainly about mining. That's the show. And this is the reason in a lot of cases, some of these mines started and never, continued mining or continued operations. You've got the 1880s boom, but prior to that, in the 1870s into the early 1880s, you had the Gilded Age. Basically, it was complete expansion as everybody was coming west. Australia was really being brought forward. The British were into Africa. Argentina was a world-class country. Yeah, smart asses.
Did you see this one?
Yeah, I did.
What am
I seen it.
missing?
I seen it. I just nothing. They're just comments. Basically, you're at it. With Western expansion here in the United States, there was the building of the railroads, the sawmills, the cattle drives. There was a lot, heading in this direction in a short period of time. The wagon trains heading west for free land and a free life. The placer gold was being found after about 1870, basically. Prior to that, there was some here in Montana found, but the boom did not start till into the 1870s and headed into the early 1880s. Well, with that rapid expansion of the British Empire, Australia, Argentina, Africa, the United States, of course, you get the bankers and you get the interest rate increases and the selling of bonds. Like here in Helena, a lot of these old buildings in downtown Helena were built in this era, early 1880s to mid 1880s. They started selling bonds. They found that really worked. We can sell all these bonds, build all these great big buildings, and that in itself is very similar to what's happened in our past. All this commercial property, build all this great big cool stuff. And in 1889, the bonds start to fail because nobody wants all this commercial real estate. So that creates a kind of an issue that we've got all these bonds, we've built all these beautiful buildings, cathedrals, and all this kind of stuff, and nobody can pay for it, or they won't rent it for that kind of money. So you get the collapse that starts in the property and building, so in the commercial property, basically, the way we see it. That's about 1889. By 1890, you get more collapse. And the first banks to fail in Western United States, mainly central United States, were the land banks that, because of the farming, the wheat prices dropped, there was overproduction, there was some dry areas. It turned into just a nightmare. And at that point, it just got worse. The bankruptcy laws at the time, 1891 era, really were created for theft and swindle as far as the banking and business, and the bondholders most people got screwed, lost their money. The stocks failed. You had a populist movement at about that same time, which is kind of left-leaning, but it was for unionization of the railroad workers, the steel workers in the mills that were making all the steel for the railroad tracks. So that created a whole big nightmare of things shutting down and people not working. And by the time you get to 1883, you've got a full-blown depression happening. And at that time, using the numbers that they had, they figured the unemployment rate was somewhere north of 25% of the population. Well, those were people losing their farms, walking away from their farms, leaving the cities. They were sick of playing the game in the cities. They didn't want to work for big business anymore. They started really trying to head out to find their own domain. And when that got to that point of failure, 200 railroads in the United States failed and were bought up by other railroad companies. And it turned into a bad deal. But the failures were not only the United States. The failures were the United States, the banks of Australia, Germany and Europe went down at the same time. Argentina started coming apart. They had a lot of political unrest in Argentina. And it was literally a worldwide bankruptcy depression for all of the advancing economies. That's when it really, really got bad. Well, about 1894, they did discover gold in the lower corners of British Columbia inland. And when that started, that led basically to the big strikes in the Klondike shortly thereafter. Word did not really reach back into the United States till about 1896, where the big migration or the stampede really started happening of people running to go find some gold or create a new life for themselves. But it's very, very similar issues to some of the things that we're facing and looking at today as far as politically, what's happening, the payouts within the politicians were paying their uncles, brothers, and cousins, and the money was disappearing. Benjamin Harris at the time made some economic policy decisions that were not unlike the seated president we have at this time, that just destroyed, they were completely idiotic. And it just led to a worse and worse case scenario. And this did not turn around till you actually got to the end of World War I, after the Spanish flu and the end of World War I. In World War I, this caused part of World War I, is the financial collapses in Germany and Europe, and fighting over the value of silver and what to do with silver. And that's a lot of things that you don't really hear unless you start reading and delving into it. But in this area, about this time of these property bonds failing and banks here in Helena going down was early on, 1889. And that's why most of the mines up in this area, and actually most of the Western United States, a lot of the mines basically stopped at that point. They couldn't get financing. They couldn't bring in investors. The whole game was over. And a lot of that never started again till, even in this area, till 1920, till the economy started to come back and there was a little bit of trust between people again. And I think that's something that we're going to be looking at in the near future. The metal prices are definitely going to go up. Mining is going to come back. But we're going to go through a period here of, there isn't going to be much else that's going to be of value. Once we get past some of this commercial real estate collapsing here in the near future, as well as the normal real estate, and the failure of our banks, which I think will be the following condition, it's not far off. So it kind of plays into the original history as well as looking at modern day things and what our outlook could be possibly going forward.
We'll just print more money.
Yeah.
More money.
Yeah.
What could go wrong?
It becomes more and more worthless, instantly.
You're such a pessimist.
No, I'm not trying to be, but you have to look at things in reality. And what really brought me into a lot of this history is searching out these old mines, trying to get eyes on the ground and boots on the ground and go look at stuff and then go, well, why did they quit here? Why did they quit over there? Why is there this old history? And then how come there's a gap in history that just completely disappears? Well, all these people that were mining or whatever had to go find a real job or go somewhere else, which in this area, a lot of miners did leave for British Columbia and up into, Canada, into the Klondike. And when you got to, I don't know, about 1899 is when they found gold up by Nome, which was even farther, out the Yukon. It just kept building from there.
Farther out the Yukon.
Well, you're going down the Yukon River all the way up to Nome. It's a north flowing river.
I just like that phrase.
Well,
out the Yukon.
Well, you go, the way those guys got into British Columbia and up over the top to get to the interior of the Klondike and upper Alaska was incredible. I mean, if you want to read some good stories, there are some stories about the trip into the Klondike that is literally, utterly amazing. That that even anybody even made it. There was groups of people who left Edmonton and it took them 2 years going cross country just to go through the mountains.
Well, that doesn't sound like a lot of fun.
The 1860s, yeah, they're Goldstream, you're right. The 1860s and even into the 70s, the same thing here. They didn't find gold here. I think it was 1858 or something. Don't quote me on that, but it was in that era. Well, they never really started mining here until the 1863, 4, 5, where you really seen them jump into the placer. But hard rock didn't get a hold until you got later into the era. By the time you got into about the late 1870s, early 1880s is where you started to see some guys come in that understood hard rock or, had followed the gold in the placers high enough to realize that there's more to this. And the real stop in all of the mining, short of some good placer, because even in during the Depression and later into this era, there were some placer mines that continued to operate. Labor was cheap if there was labor, and they could continue to, pull guys in to help work. Yeah, exactly, Chris. Carmack was interesting, although, as much as he was claimed to be the great miner, there was guys who did a lot better than George Carmack. Yeah, as far as really understanding, what happened historically really plays a part in the drainages, guys, that you're in, and how you start to look for opportunity that's more than likely it's still there. It's a matter of putting the pieces of the puzzle together to figure it out. In this area, the 1930s, most of the placer mining was being done strictly by locals, and it was for, lunch money every day. They were doing just enough to keep their families here and to survive. It wasn't big, huge operations for the most part. And then shortly after the 30s, by the time you got to the late 30s, early 40s, the big electric dredges came into this area, and they really, they had electricity, and they got into it big time with the big toys. Yeah, there's some really good books.
Gotta give that book to whoever's reading it next.
Okay. There's some good, even some YouTube videos on the Klondike that are worth watching. I know there's like 2 that I think I've watched that were about an hour long a piece, but there's some really good, information, and being able to see pictures and what they were doing, pretty darn neat. And to put it into perspective, that when you're on the ground, you start to understand why they did what they did. Yeah, Chris, Carmack moved back to California and continued to mine part-time until he died down there in your area. He always kept a little placer work to do, even though he had vowed he would never go back to the Klondike.
It's cold up there.
Yeah, it was miserable on him. There's a few new books that have been written too. Actually, I had one with me last week and I forgot to bring it tonight. That was on the Stampede. I think the book was called The Stampede. That was written more modern day, but they did use all historical reference and as close to actual story as he could find. Well, yeah, the early pioneers were noted fairly well because they were the first white men or first men in the area outside of the indigenous people of British Columbia, and they ventured north up into that country somewhat too. But a lot of that country there wasn't even Indian; it was so rough and so nasty that even the native Indians weren't in some of that country up in there. Any questions, guys, or any? I thought that I would just try to fit this into historical perspective and looking at, where we are even right now. The economics, it's funny how things are so similar, yet in time frames so far apart.
Also, while I was signing, there was some question about volcanics or something.
Igneous rocks.
What about it?
Adam just.
He asked about diopside in igneous rocks. And I guess the only thing I could say is, in metamorphosized areas that we're in, some of these, placer areas, the diopside, I guess I would say I'm familiar with, is your peridotite, peridot, green. I always think of it as green rocks, and that's not necessarily true. But to me, you're looking green crystals, peridot, olivine, proxene. That's kind of things that lay out your igneous rocks.
Okay.
Yeah, Chris, that's the neatest part, is the journey these guys did. It's just unbelievable, of things they did. And a lot of them were fairly young men, 20, 25 years old when they went. They were fairly young people, but they had this going on, this big, huge failure, no opportunity. And it's like, that sounds like an adventure.
Better to die doing something than nothing, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, as a matter of fact, Goldstream, I just heard that in something, or read it somewhere that I was reading the other night, that Carmack found that gold up there in British Columbia. That was his first big find, was a coal mine.
Huh.
And actually, wasn't that one of the largest explosions and death of miners in Canada at some point later on? I think that was one of the worst the second worst mine disaster that they actually ever had.
Yeah, those old coal mines used to be really dangerous.
Yeah, they give them the methane or whatever, the gas.
Nothing like digging through a fuel to make life interesting.
And using a lantern or a candle to identify what you're looking at before it blows up.
That looks flammable.
Looks flammable. Yeah, boom. I see.
Any questions out there?
Yeah, or input, guys, bring it on. No, well, I don't think it was in his mines. It was in later years there, but it was mines that were found way back, and then eventually, as they continued to develop them, I believe one of those in British Columbia was the largest mine disaster, the second largest mine disaster in Canadian history. I believe they lost quite a few guys in an explosion.
Well, that's not a way to make a record.
No, it isn't, but it was, some that happened that at the time. But the history is just unbelievable. And what was neat about that part of history too, is at this time there was writers and newspaper men who went along and went. So it was documented, where like the first pioneers into this area and stuff was not very well documented. So finding history here was kind of like finding, needles in a haystack, where eventually, as there was some population, they had to plat stuff. There's some history, but, prior to that, there wasn't. But going into the Yukon era, you had some really cool writers, as well as, poetry and the things that were written.
Well, see, this is a book I got recently.
Mary Roman, yeah.
And she moved to Montana as a teenager, I think in the 1860s. Her father came here. His wife died in like Pennsylvania or something, so he moved him and the and he was a freight wagon guy to start with. And the first mining thing, they were in the Alder Gulch gold rush.
Yeah.
And then she eventually wound up.
That was really the main rush for Montana. That's what created the Bozeman Trail.
Yeah.
Is the run for the gold.
And then she wound up marrying his last name was Ronan, of course, but Peter Ronan, who
He was the first newspaper. He was like the Helena Gazette or whatever it was before it became the Independent.
And then he wound up being the Indian agent for the Flathead Nation
up at Ronan. They named a town after him.
Yeah, and see, like this part of the book is life among the Flathead there, and it was really interesting to see the perceptions and everything and at the time. And it was, especially as, I mean, people nowadays tend to think of the Indians as being kind of monolithic, and they were anything but monolithic.
Oh, they had a hell of a culture.
Well, you had all kinds of different tribes and groups within tribes, just like in the United States, you got Democrats and Republicans. Do they get along? No. And stuff like that. And so it was really interesting to read her perception.
Can see it. They may be able to find it.
What?
Hold the book up so the viewers can see it.
Yeah, they can.
No, let's see. You can't really read it too much.
You probably got to get up closer to the camera, maybe.
It's called Girl from the Gulches.
Very well written book.
And yeah, that's pretty good with the wordsmithing too. It's told to Margaret Ronan, which was her daughter. And it's Mary Ronan's story. Very, say the prose in it is just beautiful to read. You know, it's one of those things where they really knew how to string words together pretty back then.
Yeah, it's fun to.
And it also, you know, it's fun when you're reading a book about a place where it's like, oh yeah, there and this and that. I mean, there's some of this stuff. I mean, we've only been up near the Flathead area, you know, once going up to Glacier, and now it's like, well, I really like to go here and try and see that mountain, and you know, things like Lake Mary Ronan and such. But yeah.
And the Jocko River.
Yeah, Ray. Studying history, I tend to agree, is boring, but reading stories can be a lot more interesting.
And when it pertains to the area, you know, like for me, Ray, when it pertains to the area that I'm trying to concentrate on hunting mines and looking at drainages for placer and things like that, sometimes those little hints that you find in a story really actually have a level of truth to them. You know, sometimes it's BS, but when you can find enough information and put pieces together, it can help you in your attempt to locate that area that somebody overlooked, or they went past, or they didn't mine it efficiently. So whether I've been in diaries, I've been in the old newspapers, which many of them around here, the towns that had newspapers, have survived, believe it or not.
Yeah.
Copies at the Historical Society and things like that. And you can glean a lot of cool information about old mines that now sometimes it's hard to put a name on the mine, but you have a description of where it's at. It's 7 miles up from so-and-so's place or something. So if you can start to build the map and figure out, okay, that mine, that's the name of that mine.
Mm-hmm.
Where you can't go get records because some of those records don't even exist anymore.
Oh yeah.
There's, you know, when you're in this time period.
That's a long time ago.
Well, there was records, but like Deer Lodge, the courthouse flooded at one time. All the records were stored in the basement. Or Helena here had a fire at one time and it burned. They lost a bunch.
Newspaper burned down twice.
Yeah. You know, well, Blackfoot City too had 2 newspapers, I guess, at one time up here. And that town burned down twice completely. You know,
what is it about Montana fire code? I'm telling you.
Well, there wasn't any fire code to begin with, but then, well, not so unlike Dawson City burnt down, which was half a tent city and half log cabins. And the thing is once the fire started, they had no way to even stop it except pull dynamite out and blow out the buildings in between, so the fire would run out of buildings to burn.
Yeah.
You know, there's some really cool history on what these guys did. Oh, I'm sure. I mean,
well, and also the Jesuits and who are the other ones back? The Jesuits and who?
Franciscans.
Franciscans.
Yeah.
Yeah, one of them was running things for like 40 years, and there was a change of king in
Yeah.
Spain, and he put the other people in charge.
And the
So
silver mines.
when
and
the old guys are moving out, why would they
give it
up
to
all
those
their
guys. Yeah,
stuff, you
don't
know?
give it to those guys.
Yeah, if the Republicans just won the election from the Democrats, do the Democrats want to leave it for the Republicans?
No.
Take it with them. Yeah.
Yeah, trade it to somebody else.
Yeah.
No, it's it's something to do this time of the year too. If you're doing historical reference, a little different, I guess. Right now, you could probably be out in the desert somewhere, maybe starting to work a little bit.
Oh, in
now.
Arizona.
Yeah, your weather's getting good down there.
In Arizona, this
The
middle of winter
season,
is the best time.
Yeah. Well,
yeah,
so you see, here we can't do anything except kind of get planning for what you're going to do come spring.
I mean, January daytime highs near Tucson will be like 60 degrees.
Yeah, beautiful.
Yeah. And nighttime lows around freezing, but you got plenty of sun. Oh yeah.
Well, thanks for being here, Tricky.
Yeah, I'm interested in that dowsing thing. Same with you, Jim.
Yeah, no, we could do a video. If he does a video and we do one or something, it would be, kind of cool.
Well, and I also like Eva's idea of getting you up by Montana Beach.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, see what we can find, if anything will show, a line of mineralization will show up.
Yeah, can't hurt to try.
Doesn't hurt at all.
Yep. Oh. What is a tax roll? Those are the records of taxpayers, specifically a lot of times the property taxes. The county assessor charges taxes on your property. Well, they have to have records.
Yep.
The one person in a county that knows where every square foot is owned is the county assessor.
Yep.
Because that's their job, is to charge taxes on every square foot if they legally can. If it's government, then no. But yeah. You take care, Ray.
Well, yeah, Ray, thanks for being here.
Yeah, hopefully we can, if you got any questions or anything we can help you on, let us know too. I wasn't there Sunday. Well, I don't know. What time is it now? It's Monday. Yeah, I wasn't there yesterday because we were really busy doing stuff. So sorry, but yeah, it was a busy day yesterday. Oh, anyhow, I don't know if there's any question. Should I just kind of review what I did last week?
Good idea to go.
Yeah,
I'll
do a quick review. And for those who came in late,
no, the county assessor is a hired position.
depends. In some places, it's actually
elected.
Elected.
Is it?
Yep.
I want to still move that forward a little more again. Let's see where we're at. I don't know.
There you go. That's got it pretty good.
That's probably almost readable on their screens.
Yep. And anyhow, I'm getting more and more information on the resin, and unfortunately, it's not all adding up properly. The loaded resin from the leaching I did last fall, my calculated loading was 10 to 10.5% gold. It's got a range there because some of the things were not known to high precision. Okay. When I was doing my last 3 smeltings, these are the numbers I got in terms of metal. Now it's yellow beads. There's the color basically. That big one there is not one of the ones I got the last time. Those small ones are. But anyhow, those are from the small ones are from 1 gram samples. That means the bead I got was 0.058 grams. And these are pretty tight, which is encouraging. It means whatever you're doing, at least it's consistent.
Correct.
And if that was all the gold there was there, that would be a reason for consistency.
Yep.
Now, because it wasn't what I anticipated, we sent some off to an assayer, and this is the number he got. Now, this is gold only. because he parted the bead so he could do that. I wasn't
Right.
bothering. Judging by the color of the bead, it's between 5.8% and 4.7%. He gets 5.45%. Looks good to me. As far as I'm concerned, all of these four are easily reconciled.
Yep.
That's like basically
Yep.
the same thing.
Very close numbers.
But not this one. So the question is this actually roughly 100%, or is there some kind of consistent error that's coming into the thing that keeps us from getting to the 100%? So one thing, I have a sample of the resin that I was digesting in Aqua Regia, and that's off at a different lab using a different analysis. And so we'll hopefully get an independent verification of which of these numbers looks more reasonable. And also in slag from earlier furnacings, I was getting as much as 0.03 or 0.04 grams of gold out of every 4 grams of slag by resmelting it, putting more litharge, soda ash, and a reducing agent in there. And so if that is consistent through all my slag, that will make up the difference, no problem. It could also be vaporization. As you're heating it, we may lose a certain fairly consistent percentage to vaporization. Do not know. These are things that, well, this can be tested pretty well. That one can't very well. But anyhow, another way, because of the imprecision in this number here, and there's a number of reasons for it, but my second stage has less variability. So by calculating that, the resin there should be at 6.1% gold. So I can furnace that and see what I get there. If I get 6.1% or roughly 6% out of this furnacing, then I'll presume that it's this number that's bad and not the technique up here. But anyhow, I've got a lot of work to do to try and consider that. Yeah, you'd think so, Goldstream, but everything costs money.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
So anyhow, that's what I was doing there. The digestion and spot testing of the Eco Goldex solution, that was pretty simple. Put the indicator solution and some Goldex in one of the spots and just let it dry out.
Mm-hmm.
In the case of the ore assay, digested it in dilute Aqua Regia, 2 parts water, 1 part Aqua Regia, and then contact that solution with the MIBK at a 4-to-1 ratio. Then rinse the MIBK in water, put it in the spot with a drop of the indicator solution. Now, the indicator solution I have is better than stannous chloride for the tests I've done. It reacts faster and more thoroughly. In other words, it gives you a darker spot. But stannous chloride was also working with this. So if you just have stannous chloride, that's fine. And I had, let's see if that has showed up. No, it hasn't, but I think we'll be able to track down some more of that indicator solution, and then we can, assuming that we test it, it works and everything, we can give you a more definitive answer on how to get it. But anyhow, so in terms of the testing of how to get the gold out of the resin, not going great, but it may be just one breakthrough from solution. In terms of the ore and solution testing, it looks like we're already there. We're going to gather more data as the season progresses and see, how reliable it is and try and get it better calibrated. But
Well, the more you do, the more you can compare if you're where the results are.
Yeah.
Because the spot test, if it was just close, it would say, yep, that's or to look at.
Exactly.
I mean, that could be a big thing. And
It's cheap. It's fast.
Yep. Make a test some rock. Is there gold? Yes. Okay.
Is there a reasonable amount of gold?
Well, that's the next test.
Well, that's what I say.
Right.
It is a qualitative test.
Well,
it's actually semi-quantitative. Now, I should be able to tell you the difference between a tenth of an ounce and 2/10 of an ounce.
Yeah.
I can say that's about a tenth of an ounce. That's about a quarter of an ounce. That's about a half an ounce. Those kind of numbers can be very, very helpful. And so, I think we've been making good progress here, but we're not quite there yet on the extractions from the resin. And I'm also going to be doing some other stuff because we want to dramatically increase the mill throughput by the opening of the season. We want to be able to do a ton a day. So that means 250 pounds an hour minimum.
Yeah.
My RC46 jaw crusher can do over 500 pounds an hour. And the Stutenroth mill is rated at 2, but I'm sure that's unclassified.
Right, yeah.
By the time we classify,
probably grinding it through as easy as you can.
Yeah.
But that's not going to give you the sizes you need.
Probably not,
is my guess.
So I'm going to have to test how well each size leaches and from there determine an actual mill plan.
Screening and rerunning
and anyhow, so that's what I've been doing. And besides frolicking up to Canada to try and get in trouble. And man, couldn't find any. It's hilarious.
Yeah.
Just no troublemakers up here. It was just empty, cold, windy.
Well, I think actually yesterday on Sunday they did have some stuff going on up
in Canada.
On the U.S. side.
I don't know. We missed.
I heard that they had a group in town there at.
That figures.
But I never had heard anything about it until last night or this morning that they had actually had protesters on the U.S. side.
Yeah, well, your prime minister doesn't want me because I'm not vaccinated.
Yeah, we can't go to Canada.
Canuckistan not grata. Yeah. So anyhow, so that's basically the synopsis here, and hopefully I'll get this figured out by this week, but I wouldn't guarantee it. We have some ideas that may work, and if they do, then we'll have it figured out, and if they don't, then we'll still be working on it next week.
Start again.
Yep.
Next.
Yep. Yeah, that's in Ottawa, Roberts.
Yeah, in Toronto, they're harassing them.
Yeah, that's in Ottawa though. That's not over here by Coots.
It would be a really good gold stream if I didn't think it would start in Canada, but I'm sure glad you guys are pushing it.
You're welcome, Grassman. If you have any questions, just ask them. That's what really often drives the show is somebody new will ask a question, and that just gets the discussion going, etc.
That's what we're all here for. And there's some other good people on with us here that if we can't answer it, somebody can.
Usually.
Yep. A lot of times we can come up with multiple answers even.
Yeah. Well, and the funny thing is, Goldstream, do you really think the government really wants to get the truckers mad? I think that would be a really bad idea. Yeah, Roberts. This guy's an amazing leader, isn't he?
Yeah. Just what you want your leader to run away. That really that's not good.
Wasn't that a Monty Python sketch?
Yeah,
run away.
Yeah.
Yep.
Probably.
Yeah.
There was some good ones.
But yeah, it's pretty crazy up there right now.
Well, we can't say a lot either. We got some leadership that.
Well, it's not as actively crazy down here at the moment. Things,
but
things are getting set up to blow off pretty big. Oh yeah.
The rest of the world can blame us for this woke crap.
Be careful what we talk
I
about here,
know.
because of course they're so confident in their rightness that they don't want anyone to say anything else. Most people actually don't support the truckers. Well, in that case, you can all sell your bodies to the government, because that's the whole thing. Amount of resin collected per ton of run material. Approximately 1 pound is adequate. Roughly 1 ounce per ton, 1 ounce per pound. I
think that answers that question.
Yep. Yeah, Goldstream. I say, I don't know, if they don't, they're going to get what they deserve. The truckers will just park it. And
yeah,
that's going to get interesting if that happens. They have Goldstream. Maybe your news isn't reporting it. They want all mandates ended. All, not just the trucker mandates, all mandates of all kinds on everybody. That's what they're asking for.
Which is a push toward freedom on a lot of other subjects.
Yeah, that's
the interesting part about it, is it isn't just the trucker mandate. It's about a whole lot more.
That's what it started at.
It has to start somewhere, and the truckers did start that, and it has spread worldwide. There's a lot going on in a lot of places. Unfortunately, the media can't talk about anything.
That's possible, Goldstream. Carbon tax. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff.
They're trying all that crap down here.
Yeah, Grassman. It's reasonably good material. It's reasonably easy to mine the perpendicular vein. The pack rat structure, not so much. They've mined that out to the point where mining too much more of it could get kinetic.
Kinetic. There you go. Real.
It could really leave me feeling a little flat.
Yeah, squished.
Yeah.
You're such a pessimist.
Pretty much. Yeah, Goldstream. The governments here have been doing the same thing too. I say this may be kind of the point where the pendulum swings. We shall see. It's interesting to me that Trudeau is digging in his heels so badly on something that's.
Chris found it.
Paste and blow.
All right, here. He bravely ran away. Danger reared its ugly head.
Yeah. And so let's say it's going to be very interesting up there. It's what I find one of the most fascinating parts about this whole thing is how this whole situation over the last 2 years has shown how intertwined the media, the mainstream media,
and the government,
and big tech and big pharma are, how they can manage to
integrate
so seamlessly together.
Well, it's a big plan.
Yeah, and there's what I'm talking about, Roberts. Their organization that got shut down. Exactly. Big tech is working on that. And that's more than a little disconcerting, but it's also fascinating because it's kind of a scary world when Alex Jones was right. And that's kind of scary. 2010 Rockefeller Plan published. Could be. I don't know. I know there's a number of them, the Great Reset and stuff, that have also been published.
2021, 2030. It's out there. They put it in front of us, but nobody believes it.
Yeah, blind dude. I understand. Now, GoFundMe may be in big trouble there, too.
Yeah, that's not going to turn out well.
Somebody here.
A public service announcement from the World Economic Federation. Remember those people, the Great Reset people? Apparently, we should all embrace the concept of always taking cold showers because it makes you more productive at work and it decreases your chance of getting sick by 29%. This comes from the people who have told us we will own nothing and we will be happy.
Well, especially we will own no hot water. Yeah. But yeah, I say it's and that's another thing, the say blind, it's like here you have a company whose job is fundraising, and they just took $10 million.
Oh, and that Winnipeg dude, the Winnipeg car rammer?
Yeah.
He's not only Antifa, he may also be a pedophile.
Another pedophile Antifa? Wow.
Yes.
Yep. Residents of Ottawa are suing to receive the GoFundMe. So what? Good luck on that one.
Yeah, it's kind of the way it's going, isn't it, Chris? Next they come for the sunlight.
Yeah. I say it's like the residents of Ottawa are suing for what? Why don't they sue the government for all that they've lost? Somebody, who was it? Ezra Levant? No, it wasn't Ezra. It was Rebel Media guy. And he was on the streets of Ottawa and he's going, all the restaurants are closed.
Yep.
They'd be making a crap load of money if they were open.
It is. It's sad that the people have kind of fought against it in a way, because it is the capital of the country and it is the place to have a protest. And to watch those guys, I've tried to watch a lot of the videos, and to watch them, start a hockey game in the middle of the street, it's just awesome to see the camaraderie of the people.
Well, no, I understand, and I thank you for the information, Goldstream. I say, I just, to me, it's interesting to see how the elites are separating themselves up from the middle and lower class, and they're so blatant about it now.
Yeah.
I say it's going to be, it's really fascinating times we're living in. A little spooky, but fascinating. The truckers are threatening no one, Goldstream. Now, I've been watching live streams from this, and they're all talking peace and happy and joy and stuff. It's the press that's saying they're threatening. That said they stole food. That said they were defecating on the street, whereas they're actually cleaning the sidewalks off. It's been, some people have been getting roughed up. I don't doubt that. Okay.
The question is
who's roughing who up?
Look at January 6th.
Yeah.
We have 14,000 hours of video that we haven't even seen yet. And a lot of what's coming out is nothing like what the media said.
Yeah. I say
that's the same as what's happening.
Some people have been getting roughed up. Yeah. And a guy in Winnipeg drove over a bunch of protesters on a sidewalk. He was Antifa. He's not one of the truckers. Yeah, you got Portland Andy, you've got Ottawaks, you got Viva Fry. I was watching stuff last night.
I watched a lot of them too, but what was interesting to me is I watched Canadian television and some of the channels up there, and Canadian television has not done anything good for anybody.
Yeah.
They are definitely not on the people's side, that's for sure.
Yeah, I haven't seen as a matter of fact, I saw a couple times last night when the cops were doing stuff that was kind of bizarre, and where you had truckers telling other people, don't do it,
right, just
stand back,
stand down,
let them do it, that sort of thing. Just videotape it. It works to our favor in the long run.
Yeah. No, it's been really good, but Canadian TV, if that's where you're getting information, they are totally against this whole thing. It's just sad.
I agree. There are professional troublemakers that have been running around, like,
oh yeah, any group,
in our case, Antifa,
any group, any big deal, you're going to have a certain percentage of them that ought to be knocked in the head too.
Yeah,
definitely.
Yeah, and I agree. They had those guys with the, what was it, Confederate flag?
Yeah.
You know,
one that was the
with
first day.
you know, barely their eyes showing, you know, pulls out a Confederate flag and he's chased away
Good.
by the truckers.
Yeah.
And it's like, wow, he's not even showing his face. Isn't that amazing? You know?
Yeah.
I agree. There are professionals. There's false flag to something, and it's trying to figure it out what is actually going on and who is really causing the problem. Over here, Goldstream, you might have heard of the Governor Whitmer kidnap plot. Well, guess what? Most of them were FBI agents and informants. And
it was.
I'm not just saying that. That's
staged.
That's what the court records are showing. You know, there was like 4 or 5 what you would call civilians involved in a plot that was being run by the FBI. Interesting.
Yep.
So I think it's actually technically, Roberts, agents provocateur. But yeah, exactly. So I say it's very interesting to watch all the dynamics and stuff, but mainly to me, it's the press, etc. The way they and the big tech are suppressing certain realms of information so vigorously and ruthlessly. It's amazing.
People are not getting the truth.
Yeah, and that's it. It's impossible to have a democracy without an informed voting group. You know, if people don't know where reality is, how can they make wise decisions? It's literally impossible.
No, you have to have a free and open media and have discussions.
Yeah,
and that's what, you know, the truckers are asking for a discussion, and where the hell is the leadership? There isn't any.
Yeah,
that's the sad part.
Yeah, it's very interesting. The whole, I mean, I remember back, what was it, in like the 60s, where they had like some Nazis that wanted to demonstrate in Skokie, Illinois, or something like that. And I mean, they were allowed to.
Yeah.
Now, nobody likes Nazis.
Nobody,
especially then.
Yeah.
There was a lot of people alive who had lost friends shot by Nazis.
Yep.
But the police protected the Nazis because they were protecting freedom. There was like 6 of them or something like that. It was ridiculous.
But they had a right to demonstrate. You know, they did.
Agreed, Glenn.
And they chose Skokie because of the high Jewish population.
And that is kind of funny, Roberts. Yes, off Craigslist. We were at a Trump rally in the 2016 thing in Tucson, and the guys behind us were clearly just trying to pick a fight. They were calling us all kinds of names. Yeah. And this and that, and they were just trying to pick a fight.
Oh, I'm sure.
And all we were doing, we were just blocking the aisle so they couldn't get any closer to the stage. We were only about 12 rows up from the stage, and we were just blocking the aisle. And it's like, touch us, please, you know, please.
Oh, they were professionals.
They were, because when towards the end, when it was clear nobody's going to do it, they sat down. They were kicking back, and this one guy looks at me. He was the worst loudmouth there. You know, I'd say he was kind of the leader. Yeah. And he looks at me. He goes, "Are you cross-eyed?" I go, "Yeah, I've got a lazy eye." And he's like, "No shit, you know, that's crazy, you know." And I'm like, "Yeah." And I mean, I said something to him one time. You know, he said something to me, and then I said, basically, you know, he said something like, I said something back. He says, "Oh, that's all offensive." I said, "A professional like you get offended?" And he just laughed. Yeah. Yeah. I say, so it's interesting to see what's going on. It's quite fascinating. But to me, anyone who's afraid of the truth, I don't like and I don't trust.
Yeah. Hey, what's wrong with the truth?
Well, that may be what it gets at. Right now, they're fighting all the unconstitutional mandates that have been put in place for the COVID emergency. And
that's how you start to get your freedom back, though. You got to start chiseling away at that gate.
Yeah. I mean, that more than half the U.S. government is illegal, in my opinion.
I agree.
It has no constitutional authorization.
Nope.
Transfer payments, things like that.
Actually,
No.
about 90% of it is not constitutional.
I'm sure. No,
Well, that would be over
you
50.
yeah, no, it's a lot.
Yeah.
But we've let it happen one
Right.
little stupid thing
Little
at a
bit
time.
at a time.
Yep, and just keep chewing away at you, and you just go with it because that's how it is.
Well,
Incrementalism.
It's tough to get a representative that will fight. Once they get to Washington, there's enormous pressure put on them to conform. You know?
Yep.
And it takes an amazingly tough person to not conform. You know?
And then
We have maybe
Well,
a half a dozen.
Then they usually don't get far because everybody else is bought and paid for.
Yep. I agree with the get your guns back thing. Yeah.
Yeah, I do too.
We need to get back real money.
That's what they started with, Goldstream. Absolutely. And the U.S. government's talking about the American truckers too.
Yeah, it was a
which is
two-way
why
deal,
they're organizing their own protest. But yeah, that is exactly how it started. It started over one particular subject and quickly morphed. Dave, I think basically you're right in everything except we ain't getting it back. We are going to try. I think we got a good chance. One thing I think that works in our favor is modern society is so big and so complicated, it simply can't function by centralized control. It's too complex.
Not when the people don't go
too
along
fluid.
with it.
Well, even if they did,
Well,
you know, if Joe has to tell Fred, who has to tell Mary, before it gets down there, that's why our military has won in numerous situations because we were more flexible. Our guys, you know, our lieutenants leading a platoon can look at a situation, decide, hey, my orders weren't crafted for this, and change them. In the same situation like the German army or the Russian army, no, you'd have to ask for change in orders. It has to go all the way up and come all the way back down.
Yeah. And
you can't do that. Dave, I tend to agree. A good example of this is, you remember in California about 10 or 15 years ago, they had that energy shortage, the electricity shortage, which of course was caused by overregulation first.
Right. Well, it always
does.
does.
You know, they were in a real world of hurt. They were coming into their high consumption season and they were short, and they figured they were going to be about 10% short. So the governor convened a blue ribbon panel commission to make recommendations. In 30 days, they had to recommend how to reduce energy consumption by electricity consumption by 10%. By the time they gave their recommendations, higher prices had already cut electricity consumption by 11%. This is what I mean. Markets react near instantaneously.
Right.
Whereas these centralized planning, first of all, is limited by human ability. Nobody can really understand it very well. Then it's limited by the ability to actually collect the information and present it to this really, really smart guy, which doesn't exist.
Right.
Because most of the people who are running these things are just office politics winners.
Well, you rise to your ability of incompetence, and that's what we got, a bunch of leaders that are incompetent.
Yeah. And so that means to me that the chances of a world government actually functioning, if it were to ever occur,
well,
pretty
Europe is seeing that. That's what the whole European Union turned into, is being ruled from who the hell knows where over in Brussels, and it doesn't work. It's not to the benefit of any of the people, that's for sure.
And I say, so to me, it's just, you know, if they try and do it, which I think they're going to, and they don't get a huge amount of cooperation, it doesn't stand a snowball's chance in hell of working.
That's true, Dave.
I would like to see
It's
someone.
gonna.
And I asked Eva to ask, did you ever get a response to that little one?
People are working on it.
Okay, people are working on it, but I wanted to have graphs of the money supply of Weimar Germany, Zimbabwe, Venezuela, and the United States, so we could show them,
show them.
and basically have all those. What would be really cool is you say, okay, here's 4 graphs, and here's 4 names. You match them to whoever, right? And because I have a feeling they're going to look quite similar.
Oh yeah,
And then
I'm sure.
And then it's like, okay, have you done all your matching? Okay, now let's see if you were right, you know?
Except that we're still linear and everybody else was logarithmic.
Yep.
That, by the way, is the problem with the chart.
Well, that you take away the licenses of all those truck drivers and that, and you cut your own throat as far as any kind of supply chain.
Yeah,
I mean that would not be a good move politically for anybody. I don't think. I think that would be their own. You want to start a bad thing there? That'd be a good place to start.
Yeah, I mean, they're already got a supply chain. Well, so do we.
Yeah.
And it's kind of like our medical system is stretched to the limit. So what are they trying to do? Fire people because they don't get a vaccine. Excuse me.
Yeah,
that's probably not the way to keep a medical system
they've
running.
Worked through 2 years of this thing, and suddenly it's a problem.
Yeah.
And the truckers were the same way. They ran nonstop for 2 years when some of us couldn't go somewhere or do anything. They were still running freight. And suddenly now there's a problem. Well, they got to get their vaccine or they can't do that. And it's like, what's the difference? And whether they did or didn't, I don't care. I mean, if you got your vaccine, great.
Sure.
I don't care one way or another. What I do is my personal thing. What you do is yours. I don't care. But we don't need the government coming down and telling us every damn thing that we need to do.
Especially when they keep changing their minds.
Well, yeah, they can't.
Yeah, the vaccine will protect you. No, it'll protect you from serious illness, but it won't keep you from catching it, nor will it keep you from spreading it. But we have to have you vaccinated so that you won't catch it or spread it. I'm confused.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. Gold.
That's true, Robert.
You're right. Nobody came up with a question.
About the letter you got there.
Well, I don't know. Did you bring it in? I'm now officially what do they call that? Where you're not allowed to leave your home.
Yeah, I bought it.
Quarantine.
Quarantine. I'm not in quarantined again.
Oh,
yeah.
Again?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, the funny part is he got out of quarantine again when they didn't even notify him he was in quarantine in the first place this time.
Well,
it's 5.5.
2 ounces per ton of AU. In terms of ounces per ton in the ore, running about 1 ounce to the ton. 1 pound resin. Yeah, we're still trying to figure that one out as to how much resin it actually takes to hold 1 ounce of gold. It could be about 12 troy ounces of resin or about 20 troy ounces of resin, depending. We're not sure. That's what I'm trying to figure out here. So let's see. I tend to agree, Goldstream, but you got to start somewhere.
Yeah.
Done some research, blind. So anyhow, any other gold mining questions? Thank you, Argonaut, for coming up with the gold mining questions. Let's see, Sebi, 0.055 times 12. Well, yeah, that's 5.5% times 12 ounces is 0.66.
What's Robert's question?
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be about 1.5 pounds of resin if it's the 5.5%.
Robert's question there. Bob M. After the CTT.
There's probably a kind of a private message there.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm just okay.
Yeah, except we're not as critical to the immediate needs of the population
Right at the moment.
as truckers are. If we shut down the mining, then they'll just buy stuff somewhere else.
Yeah, they'll go to another country,
You
which
know.
they've been doing to us anyway. That I mean, at least Canada is doing some mining, the Yukon and that. Here, you know, we've been kind of pushed off unless you really push the point.
Yeah. But that's, let's say, the truckers have an advantage of being critical in the short term. If the trucks were to stop today, people would be hungry in 2 days. Well, actually, some people will be hungry tomorrow because they're that poorly prepared. You know? Yeah, Goldstream, we're not so much small potatoes as we're next year's potatoes. That's kind of the problem, is we don't have an immediate impact if we stop doing stuff, except on the local communities.
Yeah. Yeah, that's.
But, you know, if the miners were to stop tomorrow, Canada wouldn't shut down day after tomorrow. If the trucks were to stop tomorrow, Canada would shut down day after tomorrow. Do you really know how to get the gold? Define get the gold. Which situation? I've worked at mines as a management person that we were making 3,000 ounces a month. If that's getting the gold, which seems like it is to me, yeah, I was very well involved in doing that. Yeah, Goldstream. Do you have the casual use type regulations like we do here, where as long as there's no surface disturbance and stuff, you can still do stuff? Or is everything pretty much require a permit besides a shovel for an hour and a half and then fill your hole back up?
You know, pretty much permits.
Oh, I no disagreement, Dave. I think they're mistaken, but oh well. You know, we shall see what we shall see. I say, do I know how to get the gold? Well, I'm doing pretty reasonable on this deposit right now in terms of the progress I've made. Yeah. Most people would never even be able to see any of this gold. Yeah, that's what I thought, Goldstream.
We're not much different, really.
We have a somewhat wider niche. It's not a lot wider, but it does allow some flexibility. As long as there's no significant surface disturbance, no motorized earth moving equipment, no explosives, no chemicals.
Yeah.
Anything else? I think that's pretty much it. You know, if it doesn't have those, you can pretty much do it.
Yeah, well, we could get the small miners exemption and post a bond as far as exploration, and it's not too awful terrible. But once you get to like some of the things I was doing, I mean, we waited 18 months for a permit to basically do some exploration. Well, 18 months, you know, imagine, I don't know, having the cafe down here and closing it for 18 months waiting for a permit. You'd be out of business before you ever got in business. So, you know, the system is screwed.
Ariel, your brother's telling me to look into radio spectroscopy for finding anything in the ground. Not familiar with radio spectroscopy for subsurface. I know that the subsurface interface radar is good. Chris knows about it, of course. Yeah, Goldstream, that's not a whole lot different than up here. Maybe a little slower. up here, down here for the small scale mine, what would you say a permit would be for a small scale mine down here? Since you've
Well,
done
you
that
got a minimum, with DEQ, you got a minimum $10,000 bond.
I know, but I'm talking time frame.
Oh, probably at least, probably a year at this point right now. And that's if everything goes good. If it doesn't, it could be 2 years, which how do you justify it putting money into something and not knowing if you're even going to have a permit 24 months, 30 months down the road? That's the problem.
Yeah. Yeah, the rules can make it pretty tough too. Okay. You can do a small placer in 6 months if there are no mistakes. Okay. That sounds at least as good as here for that size.
Yeah, I don't think there's a whole lot of difference, Goldstream, between where you guys are at and us. It's, I'm sure there's small little things, but they're not making it easy here. And this is actually pro mining as well, but they've created their little system of what I call hula hoops that you're going to continue jumping and dancing until they decide, oh, okay.
Yeah, Argonaut, it has not been assayed, but I have resmelted it myself, and some of it is running enough gold to make up the difference, but it's chaotic at the moment. The latest ones where I was getting consistent results, I saved the slags on that. I'll see how those slags do, and we shall see. But that's an excellent question, Argonaut, and it may be the answer. I will be working on that later this week. And yeah, Goldstream, I agree. It doesn't sound a whole lot different to me either. In Canada, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of the mineral rights are
the Queen has all the gold. Yeah.
Crown rights. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, I should have some more information on that by the end of the week, Argonaut. A lot of these questions are in the process of being answered, but it takes time for me to get it all done. Oh, yeah. They come up with all kinds of excuses. The environmentalists are trying to eliminate civilization right now, basically.
Yeah.
They changed the definition of old growth to 30-year-old trees.
Well, that's how genius they've become.
Well, look at Germany.
That's not even old for a human.
Yeah, I know, but
Germany is planning to cut down 1,000-year-old old growth forest to put in a solar wind farm.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I had an issue on a placer I was doing a few years ago.
Yeah, I really want to know the answer, Argonaut.
That we had all the yeses, everything was going. Put the money down on the bonding, had everything done, and then out of the blue they come out and say, "Well, wait a minute, we didn't check about the grouse up here."
Yeah, I had a friend who had the grouse issue happen.
Yeah, and I'm like, what do you mean the grouse? Well, we ended up hiring a biologist ourselves to counter their biologist. And it turned out that they finally came to an agreement that it was winter range for the grouse. So it had nothing to do with mining. But then when they finished the permit, they dated the permit that we couldn't start mining till July 30th. And I'm like, well, what the hell good is that? We should be in there the 1st of June. Well, the grouse. And I said, didn't we already figure out that it's winter range? It has nothing to do with summer and what we're doing. But by God, they were going to stick to that. It's crazy. There's no common sense.
Of course not. They don't get paid for common sense.
Well, no,
they paid for regulations.
Right, exactly. Well, the problem is they get paid.
Mm-hmm.
The rest of us trying to figure out how to get paid is a whole different thing.
Oh yeah, and we're so selfish because we want to get paid for earning our money, where they just want to get paid for being in our way.
Just creating crap.
Yep.
It's like they create their own job and then don't do it.
And once they fix that problem, they got to make a new problem.
Oh yeah. No. This last one, my issue was Fish and Wildlife with the possibility that we might interfere with the grizzly bears.
Yeah.
And it's like what we want to do isn't going to affect anything.
Oh, okay. You want to see some gold, huh? This is from 10 grams of resin.
You can almost, yep. I just put that back up there.
And let me get
I
you
don't
some
know
other
if I
stuff
can
here.
Get it where you can. I don't know. That isn't going to work either. Let me
lighting.
get me something behind it, maybe.
Is it gold in there? I hope not.
If I can get something behind it, maybe. I don't know if that'll work or not. Yeah, a little bit. That's gold that he just did from a couple little, 1 gram tests roughly?
Yeah, those are from 1 gram. That's
Yeah,
about 10 grams of resin worth of gold.
Yeah, okay.
And here's some other gold, unless I got dredging, But I have gotten some, but yeah, mainly it was when I was working at ChemGold, who I was one of the first employees at. I was holding 40 pounds of gold in my hand at one time, just waiting for them to open the refinery.
Yeah, Robert, it's like a native chicken. They're pretty good size, some of them. The prairie chickens.
Aren't chuckers almost like a quail?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Chucker's a big quail. Really,
Yeah,
that's what they are.
Yeah.
Yep, they're really similar to the chucker. Pretty good size. Well, some of them prairie grouse are about the size of a football.
Yeah. Oh.
Well,
They weigh less than the brown trout that I caught. Anyhow, so any other questions here? We're hitting our 4-hour mark. But that's what I've got going so far. And we'll be working on further stuff here shortly. Where's the little gold bottle? There it is.
yeah, we got quite a few full hens here too, Goldstream. Spruce grouse are pretty common here. We happen to be in an area though that was more open country outside of the timber line, and it happened to be sage grouse habitat, and that was an issue.
Daniel has a question for you, Jim.
What's that? Let's see.
How to go about financing or equipping a small-scale
operation. Are you already looking at a piece of ground, Daniel, or are you trying to figure out how to get into mining? Because there's a few different ways that I would answer that question. I did do that a couple of shows back. Actually, I talked about financing, I think even last Monday night somewhat. But I guess I would start at a point, Daniel, of first identify some ground and figure out, quantify the value that you're going to go out and spend, because there's different equipment for different ground in a placer, whether you really need a trommel or you can use a screening plant, what the water issues are. There's a lot of questions that you need to answer before you just jump out and start buying equipment and decide you want to go placer mining. You really want to identify the ground and what you're currently going to do. Okay, you currently have a few claims. That's a good start. Okay, the next thing is to look at testing. And with your testing, I've gone over that over the last few years. You're going to want to lay out grid patterns of 100 feet by 100 feet or 200 feet. I mean, sometimes I've even done as far as 300 feet by 300 feet. and get some holes in the ground, whether you're using a mini excavator or a backhoe, depending on what kind of depth you think you're going to have to deal with, and get down and find out, get some value out of those holes. I usually, if I'm, let's just say, no more than 10 feet deep, I'm going to take one 10-yard test hole. I'm going to take 10 yards of gravel out of that. We're going to wash it maybe back into that hole so we can cover it up and put it on our map. You want to lay out the testing and know exactly what it is you want to mine based on where that gold went through that drainage. Because anything that's on the periphery of that starts to get uneconomic, you want to know that before you start spending money, the big money. Testing by itself can be expensive. Exactly, Goldstream. You want to have it calculated at dollars per yard, value per yard. If that way, if you put a 200,000, 250,000 into equipment to go in there, and even if it's only going to be a 2-man operation, you're going to spend money by the time you get a good wash plant and everything. And one mistake I've seen with guys, and I did this myself, is I don't want to be that big, or I don't want to get that big of a plant. I'll tell you what you want to do is, once you have the values figured out of your site, then you can start to figure out, okay, I only want to work 8 hours a day, 4 days a week. How many yards of that material do I have to run to pay for the equipment that I got to go buy or invest in? And fuel and oil and food for you and your partner, or you by yourself, or you and your family, whatever. You want to calculate and put on paper all of those numbers so you can figure out, at what scale do I have to be that now I can run 10 yards an hour for 8 hours, 80 yards, and that's enough money that 40 yards literally will cover my expenses. And the other 40 yards leaves me some movement, because first thing you're going to find out placer mining is 30% of your time you're down. Your equipment's broken. There's a part broken. You have to move the equipment. You got a water problem. So now you're not mining, 40 hours a week anymore, or 8 hours a day. Now you're down to mining 25 or 30 hours. You lost 10 hours. So everything has to be scaled according to profitability if you really want to do it on a scale that's going to pay you back and you're actually getting paid for being on that site. And even if that's only $10 an hour, at least you're being paid something to be there. Feed 4 grams a yard, 4/10 of a gram a yard. Let's just say 2 grams. So you got $120 a yard. Or for that, no. 4/10 of a yard. Yeah, that is, that's not a lot of gold. I would say further testing is definitely in order in that situation. Exactly, Chris. Then you want to do particle size and figure out, are you missing something? Or is there some pockets? That's the one thing about closing up your testing holes closer together and things, is you start to figure out if there is some kind of pocket or a good channel that's richer, because sometimes you can mine the best of the best, but if you can include some of the other things around it, a lot more acreage becomes mineable and economic, even though it's a lower grade against the higher grade. You keep your average up.
Also, can you sell sand and gravel as a byproduct or not?
There's always those questions. I mean, anything you can do that could possibly offer another income stream, selling washed boulders or some sized gravel or something like that, can always add to the operation. But
yeah. And what's your water supply? Do you have adequate water on hand, or are you going to have to ship it in or whatever? Out in the West, a lot of places, water is a big problem.
Well, at the price of gold right now, $12 a yard is kind of at a break-even point.
Forest Service, that can be a problem.
Well, the worst part about Forest Service
What
is
state?
worst part about Forest Service is just playing the games with them in order to get all your permitting done.
Oh, in Arizona, you can't
You can't what?
play. You can't work with them.
Well,
I mean, they will write you a ticket if you take a shovel and dig a hole and don't fill it back in by the time you leave. Write you a ticket.
They're and not. You can work with them here. It's not such a great game.
Yeah. What state are you in?
Yeah, Daniel, where are you at?
Yeah. That's
That
going to be real important.
That makes some differences too. Yeah, well, I've been down that road. Believe me, that permitting thing and playing South Dakota.
Not bad.
No, they're
reasonable.
That's a little better. Ideally, though, I would definitely put more value or spend the money on the testing side first to make sure that if you're going to really go at that, you're going to find enough value to pay. Because at $12 a yard or somewhere in there, you're barely at break even unless you can do like they're doing on Gold Rush, where you can move thousands of yards a day. Because a lot of that country, right now, some of that's probably $12, $15 a yard. But a few years ago, when those guys were really operating heavy up there, majority of that stuff's $10 a yard. So that's why they're doing it in the size and way they're doing it, is because it's the only way to have economic viability. Is you need to move 3,000 yards or 4,000 yards in order to make it work. If you were to do 100 yards a day, you wouldn't make enough money to pay for all the diesel fuel and headaches. You wouldn't make anything, really. Well, that's the thing, Chris. By doing the testing and that, you can basically start to build a reserve that how many, you can calculate how many yards you got. And when you make your numbers, especially in value, always hedge to the small side. If it's varying between $10 and $12 a yard, figure it at 8. You always stay to make sure that if the numbers work on paper, it should work on the ground, as long as you didn't lie to yourself. And that's a problem, because a lot of people get the gold fever that, I got gold everywhere here. Yeah, you do, but not enough to pay the bills. And that in itself will break you faster than anything, is get into some lean ground that you didn't realize that, your test holes were too far apart or whatever. And suddenly you're into lean ground that you spend, a whole season getting through. That can break you before you get back into good ground again. So you really want to identify, literally on the surface and with mapping, what to mine and what not to. And the best way to do that is test holes, good test holes. That's true, Daniel, but can you prove that all 225,000 yards have gold? I mean, that's the part that you have to figure out where the gold is too, because if there's a strip ratio there that you can strip, half of that gold off, or half of that ground off, and cut the yardage down, the dollars per yard may very well increase to where now the numbers show a huge amount of profit. But you have to find those areas of how much do I strip off? What do I take? How wide can I go here? Where do I need to avoid? What areas do I need to avoid in mining it to not lose money and drive myself into just wrecking equipment? That's a good question, Chris. is, what allotments have you got? Because like here on your exploration permit here in Montana, I think it's 10,000 yards you can do. So it's actually it's small scale mining or hobby scale mining on a big scale that you can actually do and still call it testing. I mean, a lot of guys here will operate for the first season under their exploration permit to prove that it's worth making the step into just calling it a mining permit. Yeah, I mean, that's definitely where to go. And then if you go to the Montana Bureau of Mines and Geology, special publication 115 is applied gold placer exploration. And I'll get this up here. This is probably the best Bible ever written if you're going to placer mine. It has calculations. It has different ways of doing it. It's all on exploration and placer mining, and it covers every subject practically that you can get. To me, it is my Bible. I got a copy in my backpack. I got a copy in my truck, and I got a copy at home under my coffee table, because the reference material that's in here, you cannot beat, Dan. So honestly, go online, Montana Bureau of Mines, publication 115. And I think the last time was what, $25?
A year ago.
Yep. And it's been about the same for quite a few years. Special publication 115, and you will absolutely love this book. The references to load, sources, there is so much information in this little book. And the guys who helped Robin McCullough write it, Bob Lewis was a big time placer miner up north of here. Don Keel was a miner. Matt Shoemaker, I believe, was a geologist that worked out in the West Coast in Alaska more. But the amount of research these guys did to put this together, and using historical evidence and it's unbelievable for anybody anywhere. If you're in Alaska, the Yukon, if you're placer mining, Georgia, North Carolina, if you're placer mining, this is a book that you definitely want to have in your library to go reference and go back to. Well, that's the other thing is, okay, once you run gravel, depending on how you test, if you're going to test with a high banker, then you might want to look at a similar situation with a screening plant. If that will clean the gravels, you don't have a lot of bad clay or something. If you don't need a trommel, don't use a trommel. You can run much, much more material through a screening plant than what you can. A trommel has choke points that are just not fun to deal with. Blind dude, you just go to Montana. You can type in on Google or whatever, Montana Bureau of Mines and Geology, and it's special publication 115. And we brought this book up multiple times on this show through the last year or two. It is a must-have for anybody placer mining, or for that fact, if you're going to go do a lot of metal detecting or get serious about some of that mineralization, this book has a lot of exploration, information as far as understanding the rock in the area that you're in and how to kind of put pieces together. See, and if you don't have a lot of clay, Daniel, you definitely could get by with a screening plant, which means you can run more material faster if you've got the water to do it. That's something that you may have to build a containment for water and let it fill up and recycle water. I mean, there's ways to get around a water problem, but yet you have to kind of get figured out what you're dealing with, how you're going to do it, and then start doing your calculation. And I'd be happy to help you anytime I can. I mean, you can email Keith. Keith will give you my email. And we could go from there. But, I'd be happy to give you any information I can. I want to see people successful, and I want to see mining continue on in the future. That's part of why I'm doing this show. I want people to understand you can do this. No, you don't want to go large scale without learning, and you don't want to make mistakes in, we use this equipment to test it, and then come in with this whole big monstrosity of crazy. And I've seen this, that they brought in that this plant cost $400,000. Yeah, well, that's great if you're not in the middle of the desert. When you got to have everything sized and scaled for what you're going to do. Definitely. Anything you can do to create layers of maps for the site you're on is going to help you immensely as you start mining and go, hey, man, we're not getting the gold that we should be getting here. Whether that's a mechanical issue that you got the sluice boxes wrong or the water wrong, or, something, or is it the ground? And if it's the ground, you can start to make adjustments to what, maybe it's changing your strip ratio. Maybe it's moving to the left a little more and skip that 10 feet right there. A reasonable amount of yardage a 1 or 2 person operation could do is 80 to 100 yards an hour. Your limitation actually won't be as much your wash plant in that as it will be trying to, move material, get material in, clean the sluice ditch. The material management will be more of a problem in your limitation as far as a two-man operation. It's a lot to do every day. And that's one reason that I say always scale your plant up bigger than you actually want to go. If you want to wash 40 yards an hour, you want to scale your plant at about 60 or 80, because your downtime, there's always a calculation for downtime in there that a lot of people do not understand. If you watch Gold Rush, you kind of see a little bit of it in the periphery. Somebody rolls a truck over or they blow a hydraulic hose, but they don't show you the true part of it as far as, you rip a belt on an elevator or a bearing goes out. Well, if you're 1 or 2 man operation, that's what you're going to be doing. You're not going to be digging more ground or piling up pay dirt. You're going to be fixing that bearing for the next 4 or 5 hours, or maybe running to town and it's a whole day of downtime. Well, when you, like in our case here, where you've got 120 to 150 day mining season, if you start losing a day here and a day there, and by the end of this season, I will not lie to you, you're going to lose 30% of your productive time to repairs and moving equipment around. So it's not, we can run 10 hours a day and we can do X amount of yards an hour. Bullshit. Yeah, it's nonstop. You're greasing and fixing, and then the pump pond isn't big enough, so you got to dig it deeper, or you got a water flow problem, you got to deal with it, or you blow a hose between the pump and the wash plant. There goes another hour. You're always doing stuff that is actually negative against the cash machine running, because the cash machine is the wash plant. That's very true, Goldstream. You got to figure out if you can build some ponds, line them, things you got to do. And I did one last spring, a little short video. We were lining a pond for a friend of mine up here. Make the sluice run longer so the water is cleaner before it comes back to a pond if you're recycling. There's a lot of things that the structure of the mine and how you're going to set it up, and that you want to work those details out ahead of time and understand what that infrastructure is going to cost you for time and how to set it up, that you're not piling worthless dirt on top of pay ground that you have to move again. The minimum amount of times you're moving material is going to save you a lot of money also in the other end.
And when does it become better to move the plant
Then
because
haul
your
the
trams are
material.
getting long?
That is a good question, because if
Yeah.
you're getting toward the end of the season and it's going to cost you 3 days to move the wash plant closer to the face that you're digging or something, maybe it's not a good idea. Maybe you're better off to run those 3 days, even though you're tramming farther and farther. But there's a lot of little calculations that people don't think of. Too many guys, especially, that's why you see a lot of failure in placer, is they go into something not understanding all the intricate parts of it. And that's something I've tried to bring up in the past on our Sunday night or Monday night shows, which I think most of Keith's videos are still out there. You can do makeup water if you've got a small spring that can constantly feed in or be able to pull water off the drainage, that you're always adding some water. You can pretty much make up for a closed loop system without a water truck and having to haul it or something.
And David, I'd just like to point out, you notice as soon as you came up with a legitimate question with kind of some specific things, all of a sudden you got 3 guys who are all smart.
Well, and you can go back to all of
and
this.
knowledgeable.
That's, good.
Jumping in to try and help you out. That's what we do here. And don't be afraid to come back. Say it's always Mondays at 6:00. You got questions. These guys love helping people out and answering questions. So that's what really makes these things happen. I'm not saying much because I'm a hard rock guy. And I don't have the answers to these questions, but I know some smart people who do.
You have some feed that you put into this quite often. And there's a lot of similarities, but then in the placer mining itself, especially at any scale, a payloader, an excavator, a small dump truck, a wash plant. But the wash plant is critical to the material you're running. Lengths of sluice boxes, that's another one where everybody thinks 4 feet of sluice box is enough. And if you're running a decent amount of material, even if it's 10 yards an hour, you want some lengths in that to your sluice box and enough water to make that run correctly.
Bring it back in here because it won't stay there. Oops.
I think you got it. I'll put that down.
Yep. Okay, there's my email.
There's Keith's email.
Yep.
Well, a good thing first, Chris, is to justify the jigs. I mean, if there is a lot of small gold, fine gold, or heavy black sand, I would definitely say, yep, you want to spend the next whatever 18, 20,000 on a jig and feed through it. But there is situations that a jig for that kind of money, even if you could buy a used one for 12 or 15,000, it may not be justified in the slowing down your production for the jig or having the issues with the jig unless there's enough gold that falls into that classification that it becomes important. Well, one thing about distance is a loader, as much as everybody uses a loader for tramming material, that isn't what a loader's made for. And it's a good way to start wearing out bushings and drive U-joints and things like that. A loader was never actually made for tramming. And I'm as guilty as anybody. Oh, Tricky Dickie's back.
Hey, Tricky.
Ideally, if a short distance is fine for tramming and a small amount of material, but if you have to tram all day long with a loader, you want a dump truck.
Yeah.
Or some kind of situation you can move, let's just say 8 yards of material at a time versus, a 3-yard bucket on a payload or a 2-yard bucket.
Tricky. If you could just quick answer the question, you were saying that 2 parts borax, 1 part soda ash was the recommendation you had for the minimum for the thinnest flux. Go ahead and answer that. Go ahead. Back to you.
Well, Goldstream makes a point that, budget and everything else plays into it. It does. But if it's $12 yard material, and let's just say 80% of that value is really fine gold material and a lot of heavy black sand, the jig might be the salvation to the operation. Yes, it's not cheap, or a sand screw and an elevator or things like that. But if you can take out the, tramming material with the payloader nonstop or a tractor loader or something, anytime you can take it, like and use a belt for stacking, a stacking elevator is much cheaper and you don't necessarily need an operator for that. So there's ways that you can, increase the value of the operation. That's money well spent to keep your production. So sometimes it pays to spend that extra money on the front end than to get into it, lose money, not making money, and it makes it really hard at that point to add a piece of equipment that you need, like a jig, for instance. Exactly, Chris. Your equipment always has a salvage value. So yes, you go out and buy a piece of equipment for, whatever, let's just say $75,000. The thing is, if you can use it for 3 years, mine out your piece of ground, there's a good chance that, let's just say it's a medium-sized excavator. That excavator might very well be still worth $70,000. So what did that excavator actually cost you outside of the oil changes and repairs and stuff? So yes, there's a big input cost on the front end, but you retain the asset and the asset retains value on the other end. The salvage value comes back out of that. So, the mining costs or actual operation weren't as bad as it looks on looking out there and looking at a whole row of equipment. But, that's definitely where, the testing and adding value to the property helps you to decide if you even want to start buying equipment to put on that property. Exactly, Goldstream. You want to determine it and figure it out and calculate and recalculate and make sure that, if I pull this trigger, is there a snowball chance in hell that I can even do better than break even? You don't want to guess at anything. Not really, Daniel. It depends on the amount of material you're actually going to run. I mean, conveyors can save you from worrying about having to deal with that pile till some other point. Definitely, Goldstream. It's not so easy to, we'll clean the sluice box Friday and we have this much gold. I always looked at it from the standpoint of, from the day you start mining in the spring, it's going to be 90 days till you literally have enough gold to make a decent sale or to get, so you need 90 days of operating capital on top of your capital equipment expenses you're putting into the operation. But if you know that going in, you can make business decisions that are good. well, even if that is borrowing money or bringing in an investor or something, the biggest thing is to know what you're getting yourself into and to have it calculated. And I, like I say, Danielle, I'll be more than happy to help you.
Yeah, I'm done.
And in the future, I mean, I try to be here every Monday night. Once we get into middle of the summer, that might not always be true. Depends on what we're doing and where Keith's at and where I'm at and things. But, throughout the winter, we try to do this every Monday night. And we'll continue to do it and try to help any way we can. I definitely recommend getting it online and ordering that book, though. You will not regret getting that book. Yeah, Daniel, as far as your testing, I mean, a mini excavator, even if you have to dig out to set it down 3 feet, will still get you, fairly easily down to 15, 16 feet of depth. And in what it sounded like from what you were saying, that might be adequate enough to then bring in, a big high banker or whatever, dig the hole, pull out 10 yards of material or 5 yards, depending on what you want to do for tests. You just want to know how much yardage and then, clean up your mats and see how much gold you got and get that in your book. And you want to map every hole and you grid that property out, cross drainage every, 100, 200, 300 feet, and at least take your testing to the point that you can honestly say, I've got a full season of mining right there. I got good enough test holes. That's enough yardage that I got one whole season. Because then at that point, that, okay, I can spend X amount of dollars on equipment, and now I can go in there and I can mine that out in one season. And hopefully at that point, as you're working through the season, you can go dig more test holes after you're actually in production. And that's a nice way to break it up. Yeah, a tractor backhoe is kind of, if you're on fairly flat ground that's not wet and muddy and a lot of bad overburden, could be okay. Sometimes a tractor backhoe is really hard to maneuver around. A mini excavator, you got 360-degree dumping, and you can climb over a creek, or you can do a lot of things that you couldn't do with a tractor. Well, you want to recording information and really figuring out what you're dealing with is very, very important to what you want to do. If you want to do it, even if it's a hobby weekend only thing, you could be fairly profitable. And it could be very much worth the investment in all of the toys to do it. But you want to know that based on testing, because if the testing doesn't go good, the last thing you want to do is I've already spent $250,000 bringing toys to the site. And now you got a whole bunch of toys and that's all you got. So, if I can save you from making fatal mistakes, I definitely would, I'm more than open to helping you on that. Well, I've seen a lot of guys make some really mistakes that they should have known better. And I've made some myself. Honest to God, that's part of the learning process. But if somebody can tell you don't do that or look at that very carefully before you do that, it can make a big difference in the net result at the end. Well, that's,
Thanks for the help, Goldstream.
yeah, thanks, man. All of you. It's been an interesting night again. And, if you guys have an idea on some other subjects as far as mining goes, throw them at us too, because, I am home right now and doing research anyway. To kind of look at other concepts or ideas is always good. Well, Tricky, it's too late. Not to say that the mining's necessarily any better than the banana farming, but yeah, I don't know. Guy's got to spend his time doing something.
That would probably be a good idea. It's 10:30 now. I say we're usually here Mondays at 6. And as you can see, one good question really fires people up.
Well, for me, it's a subject that I love. Plus, I've lived a whole lot of it. So, that makes it pretty comfortable to get into the actual discussion. And Chris has got a lot of damn experience in placer. I can tell, and so have a few other guys. I mean, Goldstream, you've got your fair share of experience yourself. I've watched your videos. You know what you're doing. That's what makes this show in a way, though, is we got all these neat people who have experience and can do just what I'm doing. I'm helping, but so are you guys. I'm watching the comments. And that's important. That's what makes this kind of fun, I think, between what, Keith's very knowledgeable. I love hanging out with him because I'm always learning something. And we can bounce things back and forth, which makes it even more interesting sometimes. But we're going to call it a night, guys. Stay at it. And if there's subjects you do want, more information or questions, by God, you definitely bring those up. Yeah, Argonaut, you will love that book. It is awesome. And then you can come back with some more questions too, because there's a lot of things in there that you're going to go, the good thing about having the book is you can read it and then you can go back and read it in sections of things that you want to know about. I call it my Bible.
Daniel, if you can't make it, but you have a question, just get on my latest video, put the question in as a comment, and let me know you'd like it addressed on the live stream, and we can write it up and do it that way. And that way, you can get your question answered if especially if there's any urgency, even if you can't make it for the Monday night live stream. Okay?
Well, actually, if that book was $100, it would be worth it, honestly.
Sounds cool, Tricky.
Yeah. Hey, Tricky, I think you'll, that would be really cool to do. So.
Yep. All righty.
All right, guys. Thanks again, and we'll see you next Monday night. And if you do have questions, like Keith said, just throw them even on here on the comments section when the video comes up tomorrow morning or whatever, and we'll address it.
Yep.
Thanks, guys.
Take care. Happy prospecting and keep it safe out there.
Well, that went a little.